kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, gang, what's going on? Good afternoon. Hi there. Ladies and gents, everyone in between. Passers-by out here on Euclid Avenue.
Passer straight.
Passers straight, too. You know, we're out here in downtown Cleveland now. 668 Euclid, if you were going to mail us a letter. The brand new gleaming studios of iHeartMedia Cleveland. And, of course, you know, I'll merely be a footnote in this radio station's history. Nevertheless, very pleased to be here. My name's Alan Cox. Thank you for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. A cold one with the boys.
Mary Santora's out. Poundcake is in. Studio G.
I am in. Afternoon, white people.
In the back. Did you have lunch back in the business center today?
I did not. I didn't really have a lunch today.
Is that because you're
Weighing day.
skipping lunch?
I had a
Skipping
snack.
meals?
I had
A
a snack.
Today is weigh-in day. Bill's going to have to weigh you in later on today. We've been doing that on Thursdays. Poundcake has made a wager with Mary Santora that he can drop 20 pounds, and she'll give him $200. Now, if he's not able to do that, he allegedly, well, the terms of the deal is that he has to give her $500. And he's been real squirrely about that. Real squirrely about that. I mean,
Squirrely how?
Well, you know, payment plans and all this kind
I
of
treat
stuff.
her like I
and-
treat any other loan I take out from friends
It's not a
or
loan.
other.
It's a bet. You don't have to pay her back $500. It's not a loan. And by the way, why would you treat your friends that way?
That's not a
Friends that loan you money.
friends that I tell up front.
They're not banks. They're friends. Yeah, your
No,
friends
they're-
agree to it. I get it.
No, they're banks.
Yeah.
they are banks.
Have you paid your friends back for Colorado?
Half.
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 Well, the trip wasn't that long ago, right?
It was a month ago. Oh, it's like a month ago. Well, no, we left on the 9th. Yeah, the 9th through the 12th. So, no, it's not a month ago yet. But I'm broke. It's not that I'm not eating lunch because it's weigh-in day. I'm sure that contributed to it. It's like subconsciously.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think you guys understand what I'm dealing with here. I'm poor. So
Yeah, but you've always been poor. Why is now any different?
because I was never eating healthy when I was poor. I would eat, you know, I didn't really grocery shop because groceries take money to buy, you know, and I only eat, I'm only home for a certain amount of the day, and I only eat what I need. Groceries sitting around the house, I mean, I might not eat it all the time. And then on top of that, I don't know my portion sizes. I know what to eat to be healthy. I know eating fruits, veggies, and proteins are good for you. I get that. But I don't know my correct portion sizes, and it's driving me up the wall. It's really making me anxious. I don't know what...
Because you don't want to spend money you don't have on food
I don't want to
eat.
spend money I don't have on food that I don't eat. At least if I eat out all the time, I can order something healthy, and I get I know that the company's not going to give me more than what I paid for or what I need because they are not in the business of wasting money. And it also puts a restraint on me because I'm like, I paid for it, now eat it, or I paid for it, and so you definitely want it because you're wasting money otherwise. So it's just been anxiety for me. So I'm just going to figure out my own way of doing it. I don't know what the weigh-in, I didn't weigh myself today, but I don't know what it will be because I've really
Now,
been
will
struggling.
you poop before we weigh you?
No.
Okay.
I
He doesn't
mean,
really have any poop to poop right now because he hasn't eaten.
well,
Did you have breakfast?
No, I had coffee, and no, I didn't really eat anything, but I ate yesterday. But that has been normal for me. I don't eat breakfast. I just wasn't a breakfast guy. When I would get here, I would get the lunch across the street, and I would get a salad. There's only so many salads you're going to eat. And my weight hasn't been changing, so clearly hasn't been making an effect. I would have a chicken wrap. That hasn't been doing anything. It's not taking an effect. So if I have not lost a significant amount of weight, I'm going to take business into my own hands and go to my old ways. Eat like once a day. It's going to be like a 1,000-calorie meal once a day. And at least that way, I know my portions are correct. And I know I'm not putting more in my body than I'm supposed to. Because I've been counting calories.
You've been doing it all, yeah.
I've been obsessive and compulsive. My legs hurt because I've been working out. And I'm like, I better not be gaining muscle. They can be sore because I'm working out, but I better not be gaining muscle.
You're going to gain muscle if you're
Well, I don't want to
training.
gain muscle because that's going to make muscle weighs more than fat. So I'm not about to drive myself nuts, but I'm too poor to be being this compulsive about weight. Most poor people are fat anyways because they eat unhealthy. But I got a bet to win. So
I bet you wish you hadn't made that bet.
I wish I hadn't made that bet. Yes, you're correct.
He's ornery. You can tell he's hungry.
I know. I get it. He's hangry. I wasn't being snippy. I was literally saying, I bet you wish you didn't have that hanging over your head.
He's in that hunger zone where everything that comes at him makes him snippy.
And on such predatory terms, too. You were bubbling over with such confidence that you took whatever terms were offered. So you get 200, she gets 500.
Yes, but I'm not, again, this is on me. I'm not mad at nobody but myself.
What's he yelling at me for?
Yeah, so
I'm
be
just
nice
having
to
a conversation with. What are you yelling at me for? I'm your pal over here.
Being
It's me,
nice
it's
to
AC.
you.
Hi, I'm here in the Street Side Studio.
I have not once
I bought
during
a
this whole
scale
thing
for this bit.
been anything but supportive to you. I've given you the best advice. Cut your leg off. Guaranteed win. Guaranteed win.
Yes. Here he is throwing all kinds of options in your lap, such as end up with half a lap. And you could... Does having two legs constitute a lap? The lap's the crotch, right? If you lost a leg, either through an industrial accident or if you voluntarily chopped it off,
I think you need
would
the
you still
thighs.
have a lap? Is that what it is?
I think you need the size for a lap.
So a lap is... yeah, you're right, I guess. Somebody says sit on my lap. That's not sit on my crotch.
Right.
Although I have said sit on my crotch to a number of people throughout my life, and they walk away. We were on the subway
I just said
after
it to Keith Hotchkiss, and he's like, what are you doing?
Will Poundcake shave before his weigh-in? What would that do?
Get out that extra ounce.
No.
He's got an ounce of hair.
I don't have anything. Like, I shaved not my chest, but everything else is pretty much shaved.
See, the question that our audience has is why you're not saving money by not buying Chipotle and Uber Eats every day.
What do you mean?
Because he spent so much money doing his trips and stuff. He went on three trips
in the past year.
In the past year, he went on 3 trips, and he hasn't done that in a long time.
I went to Mexico.
And went through all of his money.
I went to Mexico in November, which I was good on that. Then my mom was like, we never take family vacations. Let's do it this year. Great. So I couldn't say no. And then I only turned 30 once. And honestly, I put it in the perspective of, Erica, she didn't know she was going to get sick. And then, like, after 30, she kind of like her health kind of like declined. So I was in the realm of, this is the time to do it.
Do it while you can.
Do it while you can, because you don't know what's going to happen next.
You're living for you.
And
Think of all the good parking you'll get if you have no legs.
Oh, my God. My father-in-law has crib tags. And this guy, I'll tell you what, he just gets the best spots. Best spots. Right up front. Listen, you know me. I'll park in expectant mother parking. They don't know my situation down there. But I'm clearly not handicapped.
Poundcake, you would get parking in the underground garage because you can't use the stairs.
We have an underground garage
The
here?
underground garage is where some of the, I think some of the vans park and stuff.
Oh, really?
I thought they still park at Oak Tree.
No, I don't know about that. But I certainly didn't know that we had underground parking garage here.
It's just for a select few.
Oh.
And
it's like a super secret parking garage.
Poundcake would be probably included in that because...
But then wouldn't he have to take a flight of stairs up to here?
No, there's an elevator that would bring him up to our floor because the way we come in right now, there's a flight of stairs you have to go down.
Yeah. Oh, that's what that elevator is for? That goes into the basement parking?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't think about that. My spatial abilities are not what they should be. Okay, well, listen, I've got to take a break here. If you'd like to text us for anything, 35192. If you you want to watch the show, you can do that at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio The Alan Cox Show.
Is planning to use to crumble the morals of America is this rotten, filthy, dirty, lewd, lascivious junk.
On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007. If you want to join us on the phone, 800-348-1007. 35192 on a text. And, if you listen on the iHeartRadio app, you can leave us messages there as well. Guardians will start up their wild card series tomorrow at noon. 12:07 is the first pitch here on WMMS. This show will begin live after the game. Obviously, we don't know when that is, but as soon as that game's over, we'll be here. So the Tampa Bay Rays are in town to play the Guardians tomorrow, 12:07. First pitch, I think we got the info that the second wild card game is sold out. I assume tomorrow is sold out? I don't know. Saturday would be the one that maybe more people would want to go to, arguably, because if the Guardians win both games, they don't have to play game 3.
Yeah, I'm going Saturday.
You are going?
Thought about going tomorrow, but I think I'd probably have to leave early anyway, so I was like, I'll just go Saturday.
Cavaliers started their preseason last night. They lost by 1 point to the 76ers in Philadelphia. And they will play them again here on Monday. Cavs Sixers at the Romo Fijo.
They look great in the
for a
first
7 o'clock tip. Well, that's what all the write-ups were, right? They were like, this spotlights their potential. Hey, 1 point. 113 to 112. I'm still in baseball mode, so it really threw me off when I saw that.
You're like, that's a lot of points.
Oh, my God. Yeah, I saw that, and I'm like, my brain wasn't processing that, A, baseball's done essentially. B, Philly is not who we were playing in baseball. Whatever. There were a lot of neurons that weren't firing, but I just saw the scores. Like, holy cow. It's a very high-scoring baseball game. If you went to a baseball game and the score was 113 to 112, you could easily tell people it was the greatest game. It was either the greatest or the worst game you had ever been to. My money's on greatest.
Yeah.
Because it'll never happen again. Imagine if there was just one in all of recorded modern baseball history. There was one game where it was a massive score. Like, forget that score. Let's say high double-digit score. Like the Guardians and the White Sox. Final score, Guardians 47, the White Sox 39.
Insanity.
You go, holy
Bring me that.
Christ.
I want to watch that kind of baseball.
Yeah.
For a little bit.
Well, it looked like old-timey baseball, like when they sped it up.
Yeah, they'll have to.
It was real
be going that
fast.
Yeah.
So Cavaliers lose last night, but they'll play the Sixers here at home on Monday, and your Guardians, October baseball, tomorrow at a few minutes after 7. It will preempt part of Stansbury's show, and it will preempt part of my show. But we'll be on after. Mary will be joining us from Boston, which is where she is. Let me go to Woody out here. Hello, Woody, out in Willoughby, Ohio. What's going on?
Alan, how are you, brother?
What's going on, man?
Hey, I'm just driving home from work. Another day in the mine.
Yep.
I got a question. For you. Before you break, you guys were talking about Cody's weight loss content.
Yeah.
And you were a wrestler back in the day, and I'm sure you could probably give me an answer to this question. What was the most insane amount of weight you have ever heard someone cut, say, in a 24 or a 48-hour period?
Well, I mean, I couldn't quote you a number, but I just remember all the guys that were bigger. I never once had to worry about making weight because I was wrestling at 112. So I never had to worry about it. I mean, I had to eat practically to stay, to keep from dropping to the weight class below me. But I do remember the guys that were wrestling at like 155 and heavyweight. Those guys were always doing laps around the school with the old garbage bags and the sweatshirt and the sweatpants and the whole bit, trying to sweat it out. I don't, guys taking laxatives and all that kind of stuff. And I don't recall, I don't recall a specific instance, but I just remember those guys doing whatever they could possibly do just to lose. I mean, at that point, you're losing water weight. Like they're just trying to get.
They're just trying to get under. Yeah.
Just trying to get a little bit under.
Yeah, so now, if you're doing the Vision Quest, that kind of thing, you're going to lose what, maybe 5-8 pounds of water weight in a couple days?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. But I mean, I'm talking about guys that didn't make weigh-in, and so they had maybe an hour before their match to try to sweat it out or crap it out or something. So it can get very unhealthy if you're not keeping an eye on it.
Yeah. Absolutely, but I'm sure I could probably go home when I get home and Google this, but I'm sure there's like some insane diuretics and sweat lodge kind of situation where somebody's probably dropped 18 pounds in 48 hours. No?
Yeah, probably. I mean, there's all kinds of tricks that dudes use who are like professional bodybuilders and who compete. Even Hugh Jackman has talked about, when he had a shooting day for Wolverine, he would like drink a lot of water and then stop drinking water, and that his vascularity would get. You could see his veins on camera. And so there's all kinds of tricks and that you can do. Poundcake's not obviously doesn't have to concern himself with that, but I don't know. There you go.
Yeah. It was just because if you're a wrestler, I thought you might have heard some crazy number down the road, or some college.
Yeah,
wrestler,
I'm sure
had to make weight.
I'm sure I did at the time, but it doesn't spring to mind right now.
All right. Well, I'm wishing Cody the best of luck on his contest, and you guys have a great weekend.
All right. Thank you, Woody. There you go. All right. There's Woody out in Willoughby. Yeah, like you hear a lot of people do the old, I think Poundcake might have said it. He does the old muscle weighs more than fat. It doesn't weigh more than fat. A pound is a pound. Just the muscle is denser than fat. So it doesn't weigh more. It's not going to put weight on you. It's just going to be, it's the old a pound of feathers. What weighs more, a pound of feathers or a pound of metal?
But if you gain
it's the same amount.
Muscle, when you're hydrated, muscle carries water different than fat.
There you go.
But whatever, I'm just going to starve myself. Like if
you're going to win this thing.
I'm going to win it one way or another. I'll just
that might keep fat on you.
As he goes down, he's just trying to go.
I know he is. We're over talking it. We're talking it to death with him.
Should we do it? Should we weigh him in?
No, we'll do it later on.
Okay.
I want to let him sweat a little bit.
Okay.
No, it made me sweat.
You didn't weigh yourself this morning, did you?
No.
Good. Thank you. By the way, before I move on, congrats to Tom Hamilton. He's one of 10 finalists for the Baseball Hall of Fame's Ford Frick Award. You think they're censoring themselves, or you think that's that guy's real name?
Yes. He's actually...
He's Ford F word.
Yeah.
That would be a great name. He's like, frick. Listen, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know, but Hammy's one of the best. There's a bunch of, when I lived in Pittsburgh, and our bureau chiefs there know this, there's a whole bunch of museums and historical buildings centered around the Frick family. And you can go and you can see these, Poundcake would love it. It's these like old mansions that they've restored and, old turn of the century joints, but it's the Frick. And I was like, I wonder if they changed their name from something that was a lot more salacious. Or
I would love that if they actually were like,
what
should we? And they could change their name to anything, and they're like, well, let's just make it Frick.
Yeah, people will be censoring themselves, but they won't realize it. I don't know. I'm sure there's somebody Dutch who's got the F word for a name, but
or maybe Asian. We just found out about Ho Too Fat yesterday.
Ho You Too Fat.
Or Steve.
Steve Ho You Fat.
Steve Ho You Fat.
Steve Ho You Fat.
That's the name.
Who's French. Mm-hmm. That's right. Great. Look into that guy. Was that your other phone ringing? Did you tell me you found a phone?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about this already, but yeah. So yesterday, I was meeting up with my girlfriend after the show, and I walk outside. We're meeting over on Prospect, and I'm just waiting outside of where we're going to meet. And this guy, or I just see like a phone case on the ground. I was like, oh, someone lost their phone case. And I look closer at it. It still had the phone in it.
Mm-hmm.
So I pick it up and it's unlocked. So I'm like, okay, now I got to try and find out whose phone this is. And I open it up and just go to the most recent call. And the name is like Schmoopy Doo or something like that. And I'm like,
Schmoopy Doo.
Something like that. It's a very like cute pet name for somebody. And I call it, and this lady answers, and she is so excited. She's like, hello. And I'm hey, this is Bill. I just found this phone. And she was so excited. It's my husband's phone. We've been looking all over for it. Where are you? And I told her where I was.
Was she with him?
Yeah.
So they're together.
Were going to Playhouse Square.
And he can't find his phone.
They were at Playhouse Square. They were going to a show at the Hannah Theater, and they lost the phone just outside of the hotel that's over here.
The Residence Inn.
Yeah, the Residence Inn. So I go, well, I got your phone, but I'm not going to stick around and wait for you guys to get here because I don't know how long that's going to take. So I'm just going to give your phone to the front desk at the Residence Inn. I got her name. I gave that information to the person behind the desk so that they would know who was looking for the phone. Obviously, if someone comes in and goes, do you have my phone? It's probably that person.
They were going to see Little Shop of Horrors.
Oh, okay.
At the Hannah Theater.
Maybe I should have gone with them. That would have been fun.
Feed me, Seymour. Okay,
so I find the phone, and I tell her it's, I'm putting it there, and she's like, you are so awesome. If anybody hasn't told you you're awesome today, I'm telling you now, you're awesome. And I was like, well, I get told that all the time. So I appreciate it every time, but it's something I hear constantly, but I appreciate it. And just one of those things where, Mary and Poundcake always talk about how when they would find money or things like that, they're just going to steal it, try and benefit from it. And that's not who we are, Alan. We are good people that have morals that will find someone's phone. And I'm not like, how can I make money off of this the way that Poundcake and Mary would? I go,
Don't love me in, homie. I would have taken that phone.
You would have taken that phone? But you're the guy that always
Hell
like,
yeah.
I'm not stealing from the store. I'm not taking the Brinks truck money.
No, I wouldn't take that.
No, you would.
What the hell am I going to do with somebody else's phone with all their contacts in there?
Right. I mean,
I thought you were going to say.
I could wipe it, but yeah. So
I thought you were going to say when the other person picked up, you said, "Is this Schmoopy Doo? Hi, Schmoopy Doo."
It was something. It wasn't even Schmoopy Doo, but it was something real cutesy, and
Sure.
I wish I should have taken a picture of it because it was such a funny name.
Buttercup Tiger Muffin.
Yeah, it was like Moopy Pie or something. Schmoopy Pie. I don't remember.
Whoopie Pie.
Yeah, but
Schmoopy.
I, being the good person that I am.
So you walk it back to the hotel.
To the hotel where they were staying anyway, so it worked out pretty well. Drop it off there. Hopefully they were able to recover the phone, and I'm awesome, according to her and many other people.
I wonder
would not steal it the way that Poundcake and Mary would.
I wonder if they are, let's say were you able to ascertain, like, was she like an older woman, a younger woman? Was she?
Older people for sure.
Older people.
I think they were probably in their late 50s, early 60s. I didn't go through the phone at all. I just opened up the phone, like the phone part, the call.
I missed part of it because I was on the phone, but you found a phone and you didn't go through it?
Correct.
Well, you're way behind.
I'm sorry. Someone
yes,
called
I didn't go through it. I called it. I called the last number that had been called on there. It was his wife. She was excited. I told her where I was going to leave the phone. She said I was awesome. I didn't go through it. I didn't try and make money off of it.
I wasn't going to try and make money off of it. I was just nosy. I'm like, okay, are there any nudes? Like,
nudes.
Let me see what's in there.
It feels
I want
so
those
weird,
middle-aged nudes to be in somebody else's phone.
I don't know.
Weird.
But
if you pick up someone else's phone, it feels so
invasive
weird because it's so
it is
private.
a piece of property. Yeah.
And the only thing I wanted to do was make sure I could return the phone.
But that's just strange that it didn't have any type of security.
That's another reason I think I knew it was an older person's phone
like,
because
you can just get right into it.
Yeah,
no password.
They got
no
nothing to hide on there.
No facial recognition or nothing.
I mean, there's no facial recognition unless I look a lot like her husband, and that would just be.
What if you look exactly like the husband
worked?
and that opened it up?
That'd be amazing.
It goes, "Hello, Schmoopy Pie."
I was a little nervous that it was going to be somebody that didn't, because of the nickname that was in there. I was afraid because it looked like a word from another language, and I was like, ugh, what if these people don't speak English?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and but they were.
I found your phone.
Mhm.
El telefono has been foundo.
But yeah, return the phone. I hope they got it. I hope they enjoyed Little Shop of Horrors. It was, you wouldn't try and make money off it. You just go through their phone, Poundcake.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't try and sell it. No, because that leaves a trail. Like, chances are.
You wipe the phone, you can get away with it.
But see, I'm not that. I can't even lose weight on a practical diet. Like, you're trying to tell me to wipe the phone clean, make sure you can't trace it. No,
You
I
can
just
Google it. How to do that? That's easy to do.
At any rate, no. I don't want to make money off of somebody else's misfortune. I just want to know what's going on.
But you just want to snoop through it. Yeah,
just want to see.
But once you have the phone in your hand, it feels so gross to go to any of it. Like it felt weird just opening the phone app.
Yeah.
I don't like that. But that's why I'm awesome, because I wouldn't do what Poundcake would do.
Yeah, no, I'd probably look through it and then set it right back down where I found it.
You'd put it back down on the ground.
You wouldn't try and find the person that owns it, the person that lost it?
Depends on what pictures are in there. Then I can see, like, okay, well, this lady looks like, she would be here. I don't know.
This lady looks like
But
she would
what
be
information?
here.
What information gleaned from a stranger's phone is going to have no relevance or interest to you whatsoever?
No, I'm saying if she has pictures of her, then I know.
But then what? You go,
identify
pictures of her, and then you set it back down on the ground? She's still a stranger. You don't know any more about her other than you know what her face looks like.
I think her name was Stephanie when she answered the phone.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hi, Schmoopy Pie Industries. And you want to be my latex
Is it
salesman.
Schmoopy Pie?
Hello, Schmoopy. I found your husband's phone. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. If you want to call us there, you can do it. 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan. Hate the show. On the subject of bidets, I have a very simple question to ask you that I think will open your eyes as to why Bill and I are big bidet boys. But really simply put, if you fell and you got dog poop on your knee, would you prefer to wipe it off just toilet paper, or would you prefer a high-powered hose to spray it off, and then you could dab off, the remaining water with the toilet paper? Please answer. I'd love to hear back. Hate the show. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that's the example everybody loves to use. Oh, what if you got peanut butter in your carpet? And I go back to my statement, which is, what nightmares are you people ejecting from your body? Why do you need a high-powered hose?
I don't need high-powered.
By the way,
I just like the way the water
I fully
cleans
understand
it.
that. I fully understand.
That's how I
me
shave
feel
is with
clean.
the bidet.
I got a lot of point and counterpoint calls on this topic.
It's 3:30 p.m. I got the damn numbers mixed up, but still, Bill needs to firm up them stools, and he won't need a bidet. You're just pushing moist rocks out, and you clean up virtually nothing. But firm up them stools, Bill. Come on, do better.
I'll tell you what, man, when I go to the bathroom, I am perfectly fine with toilet paper. My stuff comes out, I'm snapped shut like a bank vault.
Well,
They come right out, man. I don't know what's going on with everybody else.
I would just like to remind
How are you guys
the
destroying
audience that ain't nobody gonna tell me how to live.
or wipe? Yeah, no, I understand.
Or wipe or spray.
Yeah,
When
no,
I-
I get
even-
it. I think you
even
should
when I
do
have-
what you want to do when you want to do it.
When I poop,
I
it
don't
sounds like-
always have full-on mud pies. It's not always a mud pie situation, but sometimes it is. But even when it's not, I still prefer using the bidet.
It's
I
just
guess
a
I-
vibe.
It's
but-
just a cleaner feeling
I
for me.
fully get that, but I'll also repeat what we were talking about yesterday. If at the end of this you still use toilet paper, then what's the point?
You use less toilet
Because
paper.
you're using 1 or 2 squares, and it doesn't make toilet paper doesn't make me feel as clean. That's the point.
Okay.
So the point is, I can use the bidet, feel way cleaner. Even when I took a dump here the other day, have no problem using toilet paper, but it's not the same feeling once you get used to the bidet life.
Gotcha.
Once you get used to the bidet life, you feel
You don't ever want to go back.
so much better. It's the difference between using hand sanitizer and actually washing your hands. When you wash your hands,
Those are both liquid.
but I'm just saying,
It's another element.
Don't you feel like your hands are cleaner after you actually wash your hands? You get them all soapy.
I'm assuming that the hand
lathered up.
sanitizer just kills whatever's on your hands, and that's pretty much what soap is doing too.
But I feel, it also removes all the debris, all that stuff, so it feels cleaner.
Well, if my hands were as dirty as everyone's beeholes are, I guess there would be a
lot of scientists say that hands are dirtier than a lot of people's
Nice
beeholes.
clean butthole.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I just made that up.
Well, I don't know. That could be. You might be onto something there. I don't know.
Science is a liar sometimes.
I've got to take a break. If you'd like to text for anything, 35192, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 W.
It's a subject many people feel uncomfortable with and don't talk about.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 on a text. AlanCoxShow.com. That's where you get the live stream. Who's helping out today, by the way? Oh, God. All right. Let me... DeBlangelo Coffin Stink. Did I get that?
You nailed it.
DeBlangelo Coffin Stink.
DeBlangelo.
Thank you so much, by the way, for them helping out and whoever sent me...
It's a combination of D and Blangelo.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
It's very nice.
Blangelo.
I see how they figured that out. Because I am only in sports for the names. So, I mean, literally 48 hours after we were treated to Steve Ho You Fat, somebody sent me...
Steve with two E.
S-T-E-E-V-E.
Yeah, with 3 E's. 3 E Steve.
Yeah.
I almost like that more than the Ho You Fat. Ho You Fat, yeah, it's funny, but 3 E Steve is really funny.
That's what I said. 2 E's in Steve in the middle there.
Yeah.
That's the secret weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Edgerrin James is a pro Hall of Fame running back for the Indianapolis Colts.
Yes.
And his son is going to play basketball for the University of Cincinnati. His son, Jizzle James.
I love it.
He's 6'1", 180 pounds, out of Olympia High School in Orlando. So thank you to whoever sent me Jizzle James, because they'll call him Jizz, and that'll make me laugh. Hey, Dean.
Hey, what's going on, Alan?
How are you?
Good. Just had one quick consideration and wanted to add to the great bidet debate here.
Yeah.
Would you wipe peanut butter out of your carpet with just a paper towel?
That's the example. That's the example I just used.
Really? Oh, I just tuned in. I must have missed that.
It's
so now I
okay.
feel dumb.
It's
Same thing.
okay. But fortunately, my point was that my situation back there does not in any way resemble peanut butter in carpet. I'm saying everybody's got to work there.
Consider yourself lucky.
I do. People got to get their diets figured out. Now, for aesthetic purposes, Bill's explained it to me ad nauseum, and I understand. I understand what everybody's talking about. I think it's fantastic. I think you should do whatever you want to do. It's your holiest of holies, right? You should... Ozzy Osbourne right now on the Buzzard. You know, he's doing a Ozzy. When you look at him, you go, that's a good-looking guy. That's a guy who's really taking care of himself. That's a guy who could give me tips on how to take care of myself. So it makes perfect sense that Ozzy, at the age of 77, is launching a makeup and beauty line. Now, to the best of my knowledge, all Ozzy's ever done for 70 years is wear guy liner and dye his hair up until a couple of years ago. He started letting the gray go. And I think that a lot of these, as a fellow early young gray, because I dyed my hair for a long time. I started going gray in college, but I dyed my hair a variety of colors for a long time. It's only when I chopped off my long hair that I let it go gray. I wasn't going to have long gray hair, but Ozzy's Ozzy. He can do whatever he wants to do.
From what I understand, a lot of men experiment with grays in high school.
Yeah.
Or college.
That's where all that GILF porn comes in.
They do a little,
Granny's lonely.
See what's up.
Yep. Come over here and sit on my crotch. Ozzy has released a 21-piece collection inspired by his heavy metal style. So obviously, it's really more about style than substance. There's probably a couple of makeup companies that are making this stuff, and then it gets licensed out to the Kardashians and Ozzy and everybody else. People had this notion, or at least I think young girls had this notion, that Kim Kardashian...
They're back there stirring.
Yeah, standing there, because they'll take photos for their accounts where they're in a lab, faking it like Elizabeth Holmes. They're standing there holding a beaker, and they've got safety glasses on and whatever. They're not doing that. They're selling their name and licensing their likeness and things like that. And Ozzy's doing the same thing. So you can get this piece right now. A Gothic-style handheld mirror, and it comes with temporary tattoos of all kinds. So anyway, if there's an Ulta store near you. You ever walked into an Ulta?
I have.
A few years ago, there was a particular kind of makeup that my older daughter liked, and so any gift-giving opportunity, I would get her like a whole big thing of this makeup she really liked. And it was only available at Ulta. And as I recall, it was one of the last stores where you'd walk in and somebody would still try to spray you with something. I don't know if they still do that. And that's really, to my mind, that's a thing of the past. You used to walk through department stores and they would spray you with something, trying to get you to buy it, as though that would do it. Well, you know what? I walked in here not smelling like anything, and now you've sprayed this stuff on me. And hey, I don't mind the way that smells. Give me a bottle of that. I don't know how often that worked, but that was the marketing ploy behind that.
What's the name of that perfume? It's called Consent. Ironic.
Yeah.
Considering you just sprayed it on me.
That's right. No. Now, listen, in all honesty, back in the day, these girls probably saw me coming. They knew I was looking for a 3-ounce bottle of cool water. But I didn't tell them that. I would do a couple of circles around the glass cases and then, But for them to spray you outright. So like all these rockers are, I think they're finally looking around and they're going, look, image is really kind of a thing of the past. Ozzy, that whole Prince of Darkness thing, that thing's long, 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 long gone. But Ozzy is Ozzy. Nobody has thought he's scary in 30 years. But, you might as well branch out into these various things. So image in your brand, that's kind of a thing in the past. Everybody's doing everything that they possibly can. Jonathan Davis from Korn. This is a clear case of taking something and working backwards. He's announced he's launching a line of pet products called Freak on a Leash. Now, so clearly somebody pitched this to him. It's not like he's sitting in the back of the tour bus going, God, I love pets. If only I could do more for them. This is where a company comes to you and says, I've got a great idea. You know your song Freak on a Leash? Yeah. You know how dogs are on leashes? Yeah. What if we did a pet brand called Freak on a Leash?
Oh.
Hey, you know what? You just sparked something here. And then they have to tie it into what they do. It's the press releases that make me laugh because they have to tie it into what we do. These premium products pay homage to the rock music we love because,
rock music you love.
I guess the leash has spikes on it or something. I don't know. But this is a company coming to him and going, hey, how about if we put your name on this? Now, they do, if you've gone to any of the festivals that Korn has played over the past few years, when they did Rock on the Range or Sonic Temple, when they do those, they do work with animal rescue organizations. So it's not like this came out of nowhere. But it is great when companies will go to, 25, 30 years ago, something like this would have been unthinkable to a rock band or a metal band. Somebody said, hey, we want you to do a line of pet leashes. They would have said, absolutely not. That's not our vibe. Only if we can walk women around them on stage wearing these leashes. And any company probably would have said, no, thank you. So when Korn does these festival spots, they'll have this stuff for sale. Freak on a Leash merch. And then, it's, so if let's say your dog is way into Korn, right? It's got nothing to do with you. You'll buy it. But, Korn's got a new album out. They've kind of come full circle. I appreciate Korn a little bit more now than I did when they were new. It was a lot of whack white boy beatboxing back in the day. But I can appreciate them now.
I'd like to see more bands do this.
The leashes or the whack white boy beatboxing?
Well, I would just like to see more bands take one of their songs and be like, what can we kind of reverse engineer a product to sell? You take a band like Stained.
Yeah.
Their biggest song, It's Been a While.
Yeah.
So you make that into a product. I'm thinking a Stained egg timer.
A Hallmark card. And then you open up, it's been a while since I first saw you.
Yeah, but that's
right?
in don't sleep on the fact that Poundcake knows who we're talking about and knows one of their songs, by the way.
I'm pretty
This
impressed.
is a big, big moment for you.
Yeah.
This is a big moment for you. We're like in the middle of some dumb bit.
It's legit been a while since you've known a band that we talk about.
And he comes in with legit knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Hallmark card. I can see that. See, this is what I should do. I should come up with things that people should promote.
Well,
and I get a cut.
Keep it going.
Well, here's what I think. I think it's a great idea. I think all bands should be thinking about this because getting your name out, whatever. You know, we played a song yesterday from an artist named Rick Derringer. I love the song, and he's, you know, and you pair him up with these companies that sell people, you know, like urban farming has become like a hip thing, right? When I lived in Ohio City, our neighbors had chickens. And they were just being whatever, who cares? But everybody realizes how difficult those animals are to take care of, and it's not so cool anymore or whatever. But if Rick Derringer's rock and roll hoochie coops were out there for chickens to live in, hoochie coop.
I love that. Big fan of that.
Put your bird in a rock and roll hoochie coop. There's all kinds of different things you could do in there. You know, do you like hamburgers and French fries? Come on in to Ronnie James Dio's Holy Diner.
Holy Diner.
See, he did
Oh
it
my
again.
God.
How did you know Holy Diver?
South Park.
Yeah.
Okay.
Holy Diver.
Did you know it was Ronnie James Dio?
No.
Okay.
But he just knows that
But he
song,
knows
so
the
it's
song.
good.
Okay, that's fine. Listen,
Holy Diner.
these are...
You've been driving long on the late freeway.
I didn't realize that was... I didn't realize that was a
South Park song.
A South Park song.
Well, it
Yeah.
was
An episode,
They
yeah.
played their school dance.
Was it from South Park?
I
I
love
just
it.
pulled it up on YouTube.
Mhm.
It's just so funny. He said, "This is our song, Holy Diver." And
That's
then
right.
All the kids are like, "What?"
So Ronnie James Dio, who of course passed away some years ago, you know, and his wife, Wendy, has done a lot of nonprofit stuff in his name. I think there's a Dio documentary or something that's either out or going to be out. But Holy Diner is right next door to Whitesnake's Is This Lunch?
Mhm.
And so there's just no shortage of merchandise tie-ins that
I'm pretty
these
interested
bands can do.
in Nickelback is developing a digital assistant,
Uh-huh.
and this is how they remind you.
That's right.
But they're also doing picture frames, obviously.
They should just do
They can-
dollar stores.
Nickelback dollar stores.
Yes. Look at this photograph. It's now 50% off.
All right. You had me for a minute.
Yeah,
and You're starting to lose me. But I mean, it's, you know, again, there's no bad ideas. Alan, I always thought those lyrics were, oh, Godiva.
Oh, Godiva.
Oh, Godiva. You're on a horse with no clothes. You make chocolate. Yeah. I mean, it's, you know, a lot of good songs in there.
Metallica doing some sleep pills.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing where
Enter
like,
Sandman.
Yup.
Uh-huh.
it's amazing where a pun can take you. Like you could create a whole brand off of a pun.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, puns. I don't like people who down on puns because you have to be somewhat literate to make them work.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't no dummies out there whipping out the puns.
Like there has to be like a countertop store that says "Don't take us for granted." Like there has to be like
Take us for granted. Yeah, probably.
there has to be one.
That's why I love shows like Bob's Burgers and The Great
Yeah.
North. They're all the Bob's Burgers people are so incredibly pun heavy that it's like a warm, comfy blanket.
The store next door always has a new pun. The burgers that he creates
Yeah.
always have a new pun.
The exterminating van.
But they're never, they never force it. It's just there in the background, a little Easter egg candy for you.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, and this doesn't just have to be relegated to well-established bands. You can be an up-and-coming band in Northeast Ohio and find a way to merch yourself. It doesn't just have to be T-shirts of your band. Broaden out. Think of stuff that would work for whatever it is that you do. You know, I think of all the bands I've been in over the course of my young life. I was in Cheeky Sheep for a while.
Okay.
I was in Poon Catalog. I was in Swollen Granola. And we just had T-shirts made. Cracker Nap, played with them for a while. And it was like, you know, yeah, anybody can make a T-shirt. Put them together in your garage. Hell Clam.
I'm pretty excited about Blink-182's Knick-Knack store.
Yeah.
All the small things.
Oh, yeah, okay. I like that. Tom DeLonge, supposedly, by the way, is back with the band. They're going to tour next year.
I love that.
Hmm.
And they're keeping Skiba, too?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah. Ugh, Tom DeLonge.
I love it.
Yeah, so that should make a lot of 90s kids very, very happy next summer if that, in fact, is the case. So Tom DeLonge, he took a lot of time away from that band, and not only was he considered a ufologist, right? He just went off to chase UFOs. He also got his dental license, and a lot of people did not give him credit for that. Because that's real scientist. Blink-182. So anyway, I've got to take a break, and I will have Carnival. If you thought this was a Carnival of Horrors, I've got the real Carnival of Horrors passes for you. If you're down Canton Way, that's where I'm going to put you. You can get your scare on down there. It's at the Stark County Fairgrounds in Canton. So we'll do that coming back. 35192 to text for something else, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever
You know who loves music, games, and creating. In iHeartland, you'll see concerts from amazing artists like Lau. You'll play, you'll build, you'll hang out with other Roblox fans, bringing people together. That's what iHeartland on Roblox is all about. Now open. To get started, check out roblox.com/iHeartland.
It's time to give. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go to the Carnival of Horrors in Canton. It's at the Stark County Fairgrounds down there, voted Ohio's scariest attraction for over a decade. 4 haunted attractions for one price. It's bigger and better. Stark County Fairgrounds in Canton. You can go to carnivalofhorrors.com for all the details. Caller 10, these passes are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
When people say radio is dead,
We disagree, but it does explain the smell. The Alan Cox Show is on 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, boy. 35192 if you want to text. Guardians baseball tomorrow. They start up the wild card series with the Tampa Bay Rays. First of possibly 3. 12:07 is the start, and it will be here, of course, on MMS tomorrow. And we will be on live after the game. So whenever that ends, we'll be in here, ready to do the show. Bill Squire Friday Get Down is tomorrow. That's how we know the weekend is officially underway, baseball or no. Is there vacuuming going on out there?
Yeah. They're just like, we'll do this now. We know we work at a radio station, and the doors have been compromised.
Are those the cleaning people? Or just someone here? Oh, it's Cindy Hunter with a vacuum. I see. All right. One of our lovely sales people with a vacuum.
Well, I think she's a VP of sales, right? Like
I don't know.
She's not even like just a salesperson. She's
no. She's
a muckety muck.
There you go.
Over there vacuuming.
I have a thing that drives me crazy, and I do it before I leave here every night.
Mm-hmm.
I push all the chairs in.
Yeah, you love the chairs being pushed
because it drives me nuts.
I try to remember to, and I'm just not a chair pusher guy, but I'm trying to do better in that.
Well, I got it handled.
I know, but I'm trying to do my part and push my chair in. Because I know you like a chair pushed in.
We just have... I don't mean in here. I mean out there.
Oh, you do the whole
yeah.
place.
No, not these. No. That goes without saying. That's baked into the cake. All the chairs out there.
Well, I'm saying I'm not a chair pusher in guy, so I'm trying to at least leave my spot looking good. I know sometimes I forget.
No, you do.
I've been trying.
It looks fine in here.
I'm trying.
In here, it looks fine.
I'm making an effort.
But out there, I push all the chairs in after this show as I'm walking through, ready to leave. Because now we went from essentially, if the numbers are correct, when we were at Oak Tree, we had about 30,000 square feet. That was our square footage for iHeart Cleveland. We cut that by 2/3, right? This space we have now is a third of the size. We're all in one area. We have nothing but windows in front, so people walking by. And in my mind, I don't want people walking by and seeing a brand new office in disarray.
That actually makes a lot of sense.
So before I leave,
rescind my "you're a psycho."
Well, they're not mutually exclusive. I mean, you still might be correct, but I'm just saying before I leave every night, I walk to each of the desks and I push the chairs in. And then I go to the conference rooms and I make sure those chairs are pushed in. So that if anybody's walking by, they go, "Oh my God.
This place is put together."
Like
we never see any meetings happening in here, but the chairs are pushed
Well, not at
in.
night. You know what I mean? At night, they wouldn't see any meetings happening because it's past business hours.
Right.
And they probably don't care anyway. It's just me.
No one.
They don't care. But I care.
You care.
It drives me nuts to see
there's
chairs
something to
sideways,
say about
pulled
that.
out, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. I'm that guy. But every night I push all those chairs in out there.
Now I have
a
I have a new routine starting tonight. I'm going to pull all the chairs out because I know it's only going to be for a few minutes, and then they're getting all pushed in.
Yeah, I know. I know, but that's what I do. And then I stare over the breadth of my kingdom and I go, everything looks clean. Now I can leave. Because when I leave, it's just a handful of people down at TAM in the news department. Everybody else is gone. So night here is pretty quiet.
It's quiet. I like it. Usually Tuesdays I'll do my podcast and I'll leave around 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
And it'll, depending on if there's a Guardians game, it'll be like Matze and then me. And and then sometimes if there's no game, it's just me. And there is something very nice about having this place all to yourself.
It's great.
Yeah.
Even at the old spot. Because I was invariably, most Saturdays, I was in the radio station doing something, catching up on something. And there's nobody around. It was great.
I would bring my dog pretty regularly
Yeah.
when I'd have to go and work and stuff. She'd sit in the office and be a good girl, chew on some of the stuff that you didn't know she was chewing on, so it's fine. I didn't even have to bring it up. But no, she would just sit but she loved coming to the office because it was like an adventure to her.
I mean,
Especially in the winter.
The last couple of years, there weren't that even on weekdays,
Yeah.
there wasn't anybody there except us. So it wasn't that big of a change. But now tonight, you'll get the Corey Roddick experience. It's been a minute, I think, since he's been able to do a full show because there's been baseball and there's Cavs basketball. Cavs were on last night. Nothing tonight except Corey Roddick and rock and roll on the Buzzard. That's a beautiful thing.
The way it should be.
Before we went to break, we were talking about all these bands that were willing to license out their intellectual property for a variety of businesses and everything. And kind of connected to that as I was reading about, because again, everybody's, and I'm among them, everybody's still paying attention to the Dahmer stuff on Netflix. And so there are all these think pieces being written. And one of them was the favorite bands of serial killers. As though there's a connection between, for these people, there was a connection to the music, but these people were all insane. They might not have the same connection, And for all the things when I was growing up in the 80s, for all the people that were lamenting the state of heavy metal music was public enemy number one when it came to kids killing themselves or whatever, there aren't a lot of serial killers listening to heavy metal. They're listening to the friggin' Monkees or something, or the Beatles. Wasn't Manson listening to the Beatles? Helter Skelter.
Yeah.
You got to feel bad for the Beatles. They're like, Jesus Christ. We had this cool song.
Well, when you're that popular, though, you're going to get some people that aren't the best listening to your stuff. Enjoying your art.
What band made a song about a mass shooting? It was
Pumped Up Kicks.
I was going to say, I know
Foster
Pumped
the
Up,
People.
Yeah. Foster the People. Yeah, I knew it was Pumped Up Kicks.
By the way, there's an active shooter in Detroit, suburban Detroit, at a Hampton Inn in Dearborn, Michigan, if you know where that is.
And I love a Hampton Inn.
But a guy named Peter Sutcliffe, who was called the Yorkshire Ripper, he was killing a bunch of women in England in the 70s and 80s. And he liked the Eurythmics. See, it's not always heavy metal.
I like something a little soothing.
Yeah. Jeffrey Dahmer liked Black Sabbath. All right, so there's going to be something in there. I mean, John Wayne Gacy liked REO Speedwagon. That's got to make you feel good. That's an Illinois band. So Gacy's in Chicago, REO Speedwagon, when they were coming up. I think they were from downstate. So they were from Peoria, I think, or something like that. But they would come up to the city and do a bunch of gigs. That's how they blew up. So Gacy's like, yeah, you like these guys, REO Speedwagon. You ever heard of them? Anyway, I'm going to kill you now. He also liked Neil Diamond.
Take It Imagine was just on in the hallway.
What's that?
When I went during last commercial break, I heard that out in not in the hallway, but in the main galley area. What are they calling that? The fishbowl?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I heard some REO Speedwagon.
Take it on the run, baby.
Yeah, next time I hear them, I'll be like, oh, Gacy? Was it Gacy?
Yeah, John Wayne Gacy, yes. Imagine if the last things you hear before the life is being choked out of you is REO Speedwagon. I mean, you got to hope it's a good song. Lawrence Bittaker is one of the guys, one of the Toolbox Killers.
If I died right when they sang That I Don't Want You Around, I'd be like, that was pretty poetic.
Heard it from a friend who... Roll with the Changes. Lawrence Bittaker was one of the Toolbox Killers, and he loved Iron Butterfly, Inagata DeVita, and the Bee Gees. Imagine that.
Man, imagine listening to the Bee Gees
as
you
you're
can't
dying.
dance
You
because
can't,
you're
just
getting
on your
murdered.
back and you're lying there and you're like, oh, this sucks. I want to. Well, there's got to be a better one than this.
I mean, which version of the Bee Gees, too? Because they were around forever.
A long time.
I mean,
yeah.
most people
associate them with disco.
But they have a gigantic catalog.
Right. So imagine a guy is like drilling a girl's skull out and he's playing More Than a Woman or Night Fever or How Deep Is Your Love?
What if you start singing along and the serial killer's like, no, I don't like when people sing along.
That's right. That's why I put duct tape over your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Richard Ramirez was the Night Stalker. He liked AC/DC and Judas Priest. All right, well, listen.
That's about as hard as it's been, though.
Yeah.
That's the hardest stuff.
Manson famously liked the Beatles and the Beach Boys. And the Mamas and the Papas. But again, that was the music of the time, too.
Right.
So it's all very generational, you know?
Because then you get into school shooters, which is the new version of serial killers.
Yep.
And they're into harder stuff.
They're
I
like,
feel
oh, we like
yeah.
Marilyn Manson. And Marilyn Manson's on public trial for 2 years because these dopes shot up their school.
He's like, I'm not doing that. I'm just abusing women over here.
Right.
Hey, I'm not trying to get kids to kill each other.
I'm over here trying to get sodomy back in the public eye, and you guys. Eileen Wuornos was one of the rare female serial killers. Charlize Theron famously played her in a movie called Monster. Everybody said Charlize was so brave because she
Is that the lesbian?
put on prosthetics and made herself ugly. Yes. And she liked 10,000 Maniacs. Not the movie, the band with Natalie Merchant, named after the movie. David Berkowitz was the son of Sam. He was way into Hall & Oates.
Can't blame him.
Yeah.
It's such good music.
And then a guy named Arthur Shawcross was the Genesee River Killer in the 70s. And he was way into G.G. Allen. Now, sooner or later, you're going to have something that fits exactly into serial killing. And G.G. Allen was it. Guy's birth name was Jesus. Hey, John, hello.
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 Is that Alan?
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, Alan. If you want to do the cleaning people a favor, just leave all the chairs out because we got a vacuum underneath that table, and if you push the chairs all back in, we got to pull them out, vacuum underneath there, and push the chairs back.
And I fully understand. Are you a cleaning guy?
Just leave them out.
Are you a cleaning guy?
Yes, I am.
Well, here's what I'm saying. That would be a great consideration, but I don't think we have people cleaning this place every night.
That's why one of our VPs of sales was just vacuuming.
Right. We did it. At the old place, there was a whole crew. Here, we don't have that. So that's why.
You don't?
No, I guarantee we don't.
It's $1 million corporation.
It's a $1 billion corporation, but they ain't spending it on cleaning. Because we're just a tenant in this building,
God.
so the cleaning crew, they're like out in the hallways and stuff doing the bathrooms. They're barely doing that. But I don't know. That's why we literally have like a vacuum cleaner in the office here. So anyone can grab it and go, oh, let me go get that. You know, we're all getting deputized to be part of the cleaning crew.
Everyone's got to do their
So
part.
when was the last time you grabbed that vacuum cleaner?
I just now saw it.
Okay.
I got my limits, John. I'm not vacuuming. I'll push the chairs in. I'm not vacuuming. Holy cow. Thank you, John. Mazel tov. What do I got to do? Everything around here? Come on, man. Now, I get that. If we had a cleaning crew, I would absolutely leave those chairs out.
They got to have somebody that comes through
But even,
once a month.
but listen, even when we had the people at Oak Tree, they basically empty the trashes every night, vacuumed like once a month.
Yeah.
You never saw them vacuuming. They were pushing that huge cart around, emptying the garbage cans.
Mostly
which
gathering garbage.
Yes, which is great. That's good. So I don't know how it works here. I just know that I've never, ever seen anyone come through. One time, I was here late. One time I saw somebody, and they were emptying the garbages. And frankly, if that's all they do, I'm fine with that. I got no problem pushing the chairs in. I'm not OCD, but I am a neat freak, and that's just fine with me. I'm happy to push the chairs in. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. Leave us messages there, voicemails if you like. 216-986-8903.
Sup, y'all were talking Cavs, slogans, whatever, whatever it takes, all in. A few years ago, it was whatever it takes when we were in the playoffs. And that's a terrible slogan, too, because, whatever it takes. Whatever. Let your mind run wild. Whatever it takes to win. Murder, rape, anything.
Murder,
so,
rape.
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Cavs are gonna do. I said Cleveland's gonna do. I said we all got to do. I said whatever it takes.
Mm-hmm. How is rape and murder? Boy, that's that. I don't.
You're just saying whatever it takes.
How's that going to help you win basketball games?
Maybe
that's not a good analogy.
You murder one of the players' parents, and they're so sad about the murder or the rape that they're a little off their game.
Literally.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Well, who's doing the raping?
I hadn't thought about that. I don't know about that. But no, the point being, terrible slogans. Now, in fairness, I don't know what a great one would be because people are motivated by other things. But it seems to me that a good slogan, because it's not something that's just passive. It's something that it's part of the marketing, and that's part of the players are always saying it because they're shooting pieces of video of them. It's part of, social media campaigns and things like that. So those slogans are branded everywhere. And whatever it takes, and then all in, and then now it's let them know. I don't know.
Well, based on what I saw last night from the team, looks like we're going to be an improved three-point shooting team. So my suggestion for the Cavs slogan this season, I know they're already going with let them know, which I don't mind. I'm not like Alan. Alan doesn't like it as much as I do. I like it. But if they're going to be shooting all these threes from deep, I think the Cavs going balls deep is the way to go.
See, I understand that when their departments get together and go, all right, let's come up with a slogan, but it can't be anything that anyone could possibly take offense to. I fully understand the media landscape in 2022.
You think someone would take offense to balls deep?
I'm not saying that. I don't know what people take offense to. I mean, that's just, if you ask me, that's just a shade removed from all in.
I mean, you're right.
I know what they were doing there. All in. We want all of our balls to go in. I get it. Like, we're all in this together. It has multiple meanings. Let them know just seems unnecessarily cryptic. Let them know what? Let them know we're here? Let them know we're going to try to win this thing?
Let them know the Cavs are back.
Let them know, but they never left.
But
the Cavs are back.
But they were lower in the league, but now they're back being a contender.
But that's a year-to-year thing. I mean, everybody thought that the Guardians weren't going to do anything. And look at them now.
Right.
They're playing.
So they should have let them know.
I guess so.
Their playoff slogan is Rise. And it's been that for a while.
Come on, Rise.
Rise.
What are they doing?
They're like bread. They rise. Like the sunrise.
David Gates would like a word with you, Guardians. All right, well.
You got all right.
I don't have a better one. I'm talking out my ass here. I'm just saying that people are. I mean, do you get riled up as a fan by going, let them know? You want something that really, you want something that the fans are going to get riled up. We're here to kick names and take ass. So, I mean, you can't do that, obviously, but there's got to be something in the whole wide world of sports that you can throw together.
How about this for the Cavs? They're going to shoot a high percentage. So what they should do is, because they're making so many shots, they should try and discourage the other team from even trying to take the ball out. So they're what they're going to go with this year, I think, should be leave it in. Cavs, leave it in.
We don't want any rebounds, nothing, all right?
Just leave it in.
Right. No, you want something that gets the crowd riled up. You want something like have a ball.
Have a ball.
Instead of come to a game and you'll have a ball.
Yeah.
Have a ball.
No, I got it.
I mean, there's not a lot you can do with Cavaliers. I get that. Not a lot you can do with that. Don't be cavalier about the Cavaliers. It's a little clunky. It's going to be hard to fit on a shirt. That's not the most graceful hashtag. But listen, whatever they use, I'm happy to use. I'll do it. I'll say let them know. How about get them buckets? I mean, how about forget about LeBron already? How about that? No kids from Akron on this team. Well, anyway, I don't know. I don't have an idea for them.
Yeah, Cav a ball.
Mm-hmm.
I think balls deep is the way to go. I think balls deep or leave it in.
I mean, that's pretty good, too. Alan, if the Bulls or the White Sox had let him know, you wouldn't have a problem. Of course I would. It's objectively it's not about the team. Team's great.
What is the
What, let him know it'd be great automatically because I'm a Bulls and Sox fan? Don't be stupid.
What's the Bulls slogan? Do they have one?
I'm sure they do. Love a Bull. I don't know. That changes every year, too. More energy and spirit. No. What is the Bulls' motto? That can't be. Somebody said it's more energy and spirit, same stinking you've come to know and accept. No, I don't think that's it. I don't know. I'd have to dig into it because they change every year. And they've already lost once. So I don't even know if I'm going to follow them. One loss, that's too much. I'm sorry. I'm a diehard fan, and I cannot abide a loss in the preseason. I'm sorry. I won't do it. Hey, Steve.
Yes.
What's going on?
I want to throw one in from Biggie Smalls.
Yes?
If you don't know, now you know.
Fella. If you don't know, now you know. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. I appreciate it. Or to get the kids in. IKYYK. What is it?
Yeah.
IYK. If you know, you know.
You know, you know.
Yeah. No, I think energy and spirit is the slogan for the. So it's terrible everywhere, and it's just because I think these organizations are like, look, we just can't have anything that people are going to get bent out of shape about. Anything balls deep is not going to work, much to everyone's chagrin. I'd love to see the joking slogans that get tossed around inter-office in these organizations, like we're doing right now.
Right, yeah.
Guarantee in the organization
Somebody
they're doing
definitely
that.
said Cav a ball.
Yes. Well, that's free for you guys to use. Another freebie from AC. I got to take a break. If you want to text 35192 to get one of those to me, you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
Buzzard.
The home of the buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Girls, this is your opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
We're going to have Poundcake's weigh-in a little bit, probably about a half an hour or so. I'm going to have Terry the Goat's Week 5 picks. She did pick the Browns game this week. So we'll see what she came up with. Al Marcinek runs the aptly named Marcinek Farms out in Carlton, Pennsylvania, and he is our bureau chief out there. And it's Terry the Goat's third season with the show, making weekly picks as to who is going to win. And she, as of last week, maybe seems to be riding the ship a little bit because she's had a real rough start to the season. But now that we're already in week 5, football season goes by so fast.
Mm-hmm. Only 17 games.
I know. She gave us 10 picks this week. Really been all over the place because week 1 was 15 picks. She started hard.
Don't we usually?
Yeah.
Start hard. Cavs.
There you go.
Cavs. Start hard.
We just now came up with it. Good job. 13 picks in week 2. Week 3 was 9. Last week was 10. This week's 10. So I'll get to Terry the Goat's.
Start hard, finish fast.
There you go.
Cavs.
Oh, people have got a lot of ideas.
Alan, Cav, you feel it. Hate the show. Bye.
Cav, you feel it.
Cav, you feel it.
Something. Shoot 'em up. I don't think anybody will have a problem with that.
Love it.
Shoot 'em up.
Shoot 'em up.
Fear the Lears. See?
They can do it.
I like that.
Fear the Lears.
Fear the Lears.
I like switching up because everybody has the nickname's been Cavs for so long.
Yes.
I'm not averse to change. So
Lears.
Start calling the Lears.
Yep.
I love it.
We bring Norm Van Leer in here. Just no
Lears.
connection whatsoever. But
Couldn't beat us if you had a Lear. Like a Lear jet.
except it's L-I-E-R.
It does.
I understand, but it's a play on the Nicki Minaj lyric.
You could hear it, but you could never spell that out.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess Norm Van Leer was from Ohio, and he hasn't been dead for a long time, but I loved him growing up. Fear the Lears. Okay. Anyway, Cavaliers lost by 1 point last night.
Jumping, pumping, and dumping. Go Cavs.
Right.
Because they jump, they pump, pump things,
yeah.
And then you dump passes off. Dump the pass. So.
Alan, the Cavs have swords in their iconography. How about thrust for a slogan?
There we go.
Yeah. Perry.
Thrust in the rust.
Yes.
Wear the rust bell.
Thrust. Come for the sword fights. Stay for the winning. I don't know. Whatever. Alan, you were going off on J-Lo yesterday. She's overrated. Jennifer Aniston is twice as hot. I got to tell you, I was just talking to somebody the other day. He said Jennifer Aniston is his all-time favorite. She does nothing for me. Never did. I'll take J-Lo all day, every day.
I don't know how people look at
twice on Sunday. Jennifer Aniston, she's pretty. She's not an ugly woman, but she does nothing for me, boy.
But I don't know how people look at both those women and go like, this one's a million times hot when they're both insanely beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And it's their job.
Yep.
And they've done a good job with it. Wine and gold. So how about, the wine showered in gold.
It's wine o'clock. Wine and gold o'clock. Alan, how the hell did you miss Staying Alive when you were talking about the Bee Gees and serial killers? Well, because I'm stupid.
Sometimes we
I'm
don't
not
want to
bright.
go for the easiest joke. But
still.
We also didn't think of it.
That too. So people are still offering up their band merch ideas.
Okay.
So that's good. And a lot of people pointed out that Nickelback should have a dollar store, but everything is 95 cents.
Well, that's Poundcake's idea. He just didn't
articulate it properly.
All the way.
Sometimes I do that.
Alan, do you want to join my hip-hop ska band? It's called Trombone Thugs and Harmony. Okay. That's all right.
That was a long way.
Did you just tisk that guy?
Yeah.
Tisk. You tisked that person. Mr. You need a Learjet to come to one of our games?
No.
What about Go Basketball Browns? Somebody suggested that.
Go basketball.
Yeah.
That one could be misinterpreted. Considering most of the players' skin color.
In your face with our balls.
Like that?
I don't know. That goes back to your balls deep thing. Anyway, Guardians will play tomorrow. That is a 12:07 start here on WMMS. So we will join right after that game. We'll be on, do a bit of our show live after the game. I'm thinking, what, 3:30 or so we might be on?
Yeah, I think
that's plenty of time.
I mean, we might be on
Unless
before
there's
that.
extra
I think
innings.
that's like that's a pretty long game.
So 2:45, 3 o'clock?
I think, yeah, around there.
Okay. So it'll cut into us a little bit, but not much.
Not too much.
If you're a Cincinnati Reds fan, they're not happy at the end of this season. For the second time in franchise history, they lost 100 games. Blown out in their season finale.
How about this?
Reds played.
One more
the Reds played the Cubs, and they closed their regular season. Reds played the Cubs. Chicago beat them 15-2 in Cincinnati. They lost 100 games. They lost 20 of their last 26 games. How about what?
This one could go either way. So, blue collar city, people like that about Cleveland, and they want their sports team to reflect that. So, one thing that you call a blue collar guy, especially in wrestling, you've heard the term jobber.
I haven't heard the term jobber.
You ever heard of jobber?
No.
Okay, well, a jobber is just kind of.
I mean, I have, but not in any wrestling context.
Well, I've heard it in wrestling. I've heard it, but like, yeah, jobber. That's just like they got their lunch pail, they go to work, they get the job done. And then, what do they play? What are they shooting at? The
Hoops.
rim.
Oh, the rim.
Yeah. So,
Cavaliers are a bunch of rim jobbers.
Rim jobbers. Or.
Again, I don't know that. Yeah, maybe just rim job.
Yeah.
Come to the Romo Fijo to see the greatest rim jobs in the National Basketball Association.
Lobs and rim jobs.
Let's go to work.
or just cleaning rims.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll figure it out. I'll let them figure it out. These are all free ideas, by the way. As we are the FM flagship for the Cleveland Cavaliers, we have a vested interest in this team. I mean, in making it exciting, and it's obviously we have nothing to do with their amazing abilities as a team. They're going to be great, but the marketing stuff and getting people jazzed, that's our bread and butter. That's what we do. What do Bill and I do? We get people jazzed.
Yes. Everybody's always so jazzed up after they listen to me and Alan come up with ideas. All right, how about everybody loves a good dunk. Sometimes you call a dunk a jam. So, Cavs, jam it in.
Jam it into the rim.
Yeah.
Pierce the rim. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I got This Week in Jesus for you.
This Week in Jesus.
Sometimes I think the best part of all of the lockdowns during COVID were the travel restrictions, because Americans can't seem to get it together when they go overseas. They just can't control themselves. And I think I always chalk this up to people either not knowing about history or not caring about history. They don't really teach civics anymore in school, which has to do with American history and how to conduct yourself as a citizen. And that's gone by the wayside. That's why you see the tone you see now. People don't have a communal sense of civic duty or civic pride. But history in the larger sense, all of the history is overseas. All the history is in Europe. And so when Americans travel, they want to see these amazing things, but they don't treat them with the reverence that they deserve. I was reading about a guy who wanted to meet the Pope. And when he couldn't get to meet the Pope, he started smashing ancient artifacts. He was around ancient Roman sculptures.
What? Sorry. Like, how is this dude not dead?
Well, they don't shoot you in the street. The Carabinieri probably comes in and, tackles him or tases him or something. I don't know what. But this guy, he's part of the Vatican museums around lunchtime, and there are about 1,000 works of ancient lineage, right? One of the finest collections of Roman portraits in the world. I've never been to the Vatican. I think my wife has. I certainly know my grandmother has.
Did you smash anything?
Not to the best of my knowledge, no. There was a guy who an American, demanded to see the Pope. And they said, "You can't see the Pope." I assume that's what they said. And he grabbed one of the Roman busts and threw it on the floor and smashed it. And then he runs off with the staff chasing him, and he knocks another one off a pedestal. And now they're looking at these like, okay, how can we fix these? They're about 2,000 years old. And they're not famous, but they're very, very old.
I was going to say, but like...
A 50-year-old American guy was in this corridor, and he's yelling, "I want to see the Pope." And they were like, look, these busts are on shelves, and they're kind of affixed there. They're on a nail. But if you push them or pull them, they're going to come down.
It's just like when people complain about, well, we went to go see the Mona Lisa and it's only so small and we got to be so far back. It's people like this guy, the reason why it's under like 15 feet of like armor. You can't get near the Mona Lisa.
I will tell you, I was surprised at how small the Mona Lisa is. When you get there, and it's not just because we're so far back, when you get there, I was like, wow, it's small.
Like 11 by 13?
Yeah, it's like the size of a postage stamp.
Why is it now? People have called me stupid before, so I'm not going to get mad if you guys call me stupid.
And they will again.
But whatever. I don't understand why the Mona Lisa is so famous. I understand it may be the artist that made it famous, but why is that particular piece of work that famous?
Connor For Real put it best. Mona Lisa, you're an overrated piece of S-word for poop.
Okay.
Your garbage pail smile.
Is that Pop Star?
Pop Star.
Never Stop, Never Stopping?
Poundcake, in the break, look up Mona Lisa from the movie Pop Star, because it will express all the feelings that you have. It's not clean to play for air, but it's very funny, and I think you'll appreciate it because it is definitely on that term where it's like, yeah, this thing's not that impressive.
Because it's from like the 16th century.
Well,
it's from the Renaissance period. It's a Da Vinci painting, and it's been retained in that original form. It's an oil painting. Da Vinci was one of the best minds, because he was an artist and an inventor and all that, one of the best minds of that whole Renaissance era. So that's why it's such a big deal.
Because it's so nicely preserved and it's old.
Yeah, I think it's one of the most, it's literally, I think, the most valuable painting in the world. It's worth like $900 million.
I didn't know it was worth that much. But that I put that in the same realm of like these old vases or whatever he was knocking over. I can't believe that it's busts, whatever. But whatever. It's still. It wasn't underneath glass. It wasn't held to anything. Like, I guarantee the Mona Lisa probably has like an oxygen chamber that like preserves.
Well, because I think these busts, they weren't Da Vinci busts. Anything that he made that was in that same medium, right? That would be equally as guarded as the Mona Lisa. So I think it depends on who the artist was. If this part of the Vatican where this guy knocked over a couple things, according to this story, there were like 1,000 pieces there. So if he knocks over a couple of random ones, yeah, it sucks because they're millennia old, but they weren't attached to Leonardo da Vinci or...
Give Americans a bad name.
I was reading, not just Americans. I mean, it's a lot. This case
Catholics.
is Americans.
It teaches you that as Catholics that you can't even meet the Pope. He's not around. He doesn't want to meet you. and you should probably throw a fit like this guy.
But I just don't understand.
I'm on this guy's side. I think you do the right thing.
I'm just so paranoid when I travel to begin with. I don't want to. I feel like I'm in everybody's way. I don't want to cause a ruckus. That's what I'm saying.
It's not hard to not. But it's not just Americans. I was reading about this Canadian girl who was in Rome carving her name into the Colosseum.
I swear, didn't we report on that?
I'm like, Jesus Christ! They're they're like riding scooters down. Guys.
So let's just say North America.
Just be cool. No, listen.
Oh, this happens with
America hasn't cornered their market on being awful tourists. Yeah. It's just that because Americans, more so than a lot of other people from other countries, don't seem to care about other countries. They're like a bull in a china shop. They come in, they're like, you hear the stories like right after 9/11, there were Americans putting maple leaf patches on their backpacks so that overseas people would think they were Canadian. So that obviously has to do with something other than tourism, but anyway, it's not hard to. Millions and millions of people travel around the world every year with no problems because they know how to conduct themselves. Just be cool.
It just makes me mad.
People aren't cool. People suck.
But
they're terrible all the time. This is not news.
But just don't get mad when you go to a museum and everything is on lockdown. Like I was a victim of this. All I was doing was appreciating.
Yes.
All I was doing.
Want to sniff some wood.
I didn't sit in it. I knew I was cool enough not to sit on it. Like that would be ridiculous. I was appreciating the art and I wanted to smell the history. I wanted all of my senses. I wanted to see it. I wanted to smell it. If I can't feel it, I got to make up for other things. So I was like, and I got so close. I was smelling it so hard that the sensor went off.
There are people that are telling me that the Mona Lisa primarily got really famous because it was stolen in the early 20th century.
Oh.
And that the hunt for that made it more popular.
$900 million for a painting.
I think I read that somewhere. Where they, I'm adjusting for like now. I'm not sure what it would have been, but that dude was in there bussing. Also, this week in Jesus, I love the woman in Texas who thinks that Hocus Pocus 2 is going to possess her children. And the local news there, maybe it was a slow news week, but this is also a very Texas thing to cover too. And this is suburban Dallas, I think. And this woman, who I have to tell you ahead of time because they say it a lot and it will make you laugh every time. Her last name is Gooch.
Ha ha ha. I like that a lot.
And I laughed every time they said it. She owns a business there in, I'm sorry, this is north of Austin. This is between Austin and Waco, a town called Troy, Texas. And Mrs. Gooch does not like Hocus Pocus.
A worst case scenario is that you unleash hell on your kids and in your home.
Jamie Gooch is a mother of 3 and the owner of Gooch Family Farms in Troy.
I love everything to do with house and home. I believe everything starts here.
This time of year, fall harvest is heavily celebrated in their household, but Halloween is not.
It grieves me, the thought of exposing our kids to darkness.
Gooch says there's a spiritual war being waged against homes in America, and Hollywood is part of the problem. And right now, one film in particular.
The whole movie is based on witches harvesting children for blood sacrifices.
In a recent Facebook
Jesus, I always think of the kids of these people.
I know.
Oh, imagine this is your mom. I mean, she's
Mom,
not.
we know what make-believe is.
She's probably harmless, but you're like, Jesus Christ, these people.
Post.
Gooch is
I was
a
a little
great
bit
name.
scared when I hit post because I was afraid of the reaction that I would get.
Gooch advises moms against letting their...
I'm sorry. They keep referring to her by her name, and it's making me laugh. Gooch thinks this. Gooch doesn't like. Gooch hates Halloween.
Gooch is itchy.
How about that for the Cavaliers? The Cleveland Cavaliers. Gooch is itchy. Just a complete non sequitur. Has nothing to do with the team.
Advises moms against letting their kids watch Hocus Pocus 2.
I believe whatever comes in our TV screens, there are things attached to that. I've seen for myself the things that I've watched with my eyes or heard over a TV screen, they become manifested.
No, they don't.
She's not the only one that thinks that, though. 'cause
I
I've
know
heard-
she's
I've
not,
heard
and,
that-
and they're all wrong.
I've heard that about
Oh,
the
my God.
Exorcist or like any demonic.
It
My
manifests.
mom would not let me watch any demon movies because she thought that you could really get possessed, and like that was if you see.
Come on,
if you open yourself up to that, if you open yourself up to that, then you're susceptible.
Ugh.
In real life. Everybody thinks it's fake and innocent, but they could be casting any type of spell that they want to. Anything could be coming through that TV screen into your home.
We have to steal their soul.
She says most of the feedback has been positive, but she knows her opinion isn't for everyone, and that's okay. She says it's healthy to stir up conversations, just not cauldrons.
How do you feel? How do you respond to people who are going to say, you're crazy? It's just a movie. It's all in good fun.
It has been and always has been. Then the post was not for you. The post was for people that have been on the fence on the decisions they need to make for their family.
On the fence. Do I think movies about witches are real or not? Gee, I don't know. That post is not for you. It's for all the other dummies.
Well, the movie was trash anyway, so don't worry about it.
Well, she'll never know, nor will her children.
While Gooch's opinion may not be the most fun, she says if putting it out there changes even one person's mind, it was worth it.
I think at the end
If it makes even one person dumber, then it was all worth it.
That's how I feel about my comedy.
Gooch is itchy.
I think at the end of the day, I want people to walk away with discernment. If you're watching this, just start thinking. Start thinking for yourself, and even overthink, and consider all the options of
Have
what
panic
you're partaking
attacks.
in.
I love all these dummies who think
What?
their explanation is always that they're free thinkers. Always. You got to figure it out. Free thinkers they're just lazy is what it is. I'm a free thinker. No, you're lazy. You're not paying attention to the way things are. So she won't let her kids. Now, again, I don't know that her kids were even clamoring for Hocus Pocus 2, but in that house, they probably know better. Because if that's your mom and you grow up with her, that's what you grew up thinking that. I didn't watch any of these because Mama told me it would come through the TV and get me. Like Halloween 3 Season of the Witch, Silver Shamrock, where the mask was melting onto their heads when the commercial came on. I got to take a break here. We're going to weigh Poundcake. Shortly, he'll get his weekly weigh-in here, and I will have In Flames tickets for you. If you want to go see these guys, are coming through to do the Cleveland Masonic on the 22nd. So we'll hook those up. 35192 to text, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free
Okay, you want to go see In Flames. They're bringing a lot of good bands with them. Born of Osiris from Chicago, Illinois. Darkest Hour, Hammerhead are also on the bill. It's all going to go down at the Cleveland Masonic Temple a couple of weeks away, Saturday, October 22. So you don't even have to wait that long. It's 2 weeks from this Saturday. MasonicCleveland.com if you need any other information. But 2 tickets for this show. In Flames and Friends. Caller 10, good luck. Have fun. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Listening to the show doesn't make you a bad person. That thing in the foot locker at the end of your bed, that makes you a bad person.
MMS.
The Buzzard.
We're going to weigh Poundcake here in a few minutes. His weekly weigh-in. He's remained unchanged for 2 weeks.
3 weeks, I think.
3 weeks.
Been 3 weeks?
Might be. We'll find out here in a minute. Next week on the show, by the way, I'll have more tickets for you to see the Mushroom Head Halloween concert. It's going to be Mushroom Head and then the entire Santora clan there.
They're not performing. They're just hanging out.
Yeah, but that could turn on a dime.
Yeah.
Mushroom Head Halloween is the 29th of this month at the Agora. I will also have tickets for you to see AFI. Remember them?
Happy.
Davey Havoc.
Yeah.
At the Agora on November the 5th. And then I'll have Cavs tickets for you when the Knicks are in town.
Balls deep. Go Cavs.
Thrust. It's October 30th. That's Halloween Eve at the Romo Fijo.
The Knicks aren't ready for our rim jobbers.
Right.
Howard.
So, yeah. So it's the Cavaliers and Bob McAdoo and the New York Knicks on the 30th of this month. So I will have tickets for you all next week for that here on the Buzzard. Hey, Bubba.
Yay.
What's going on, Bubba?
I think that lady's got something going about that movie, that Hocus Pocus or something like that. Me and my sister, we was going to watch it, and I was thinking with something like Pocus in the title, it's got to be a good movie.
All
see, but you see now, you see her gooch has been itching. My truck won't start, and the dog's looking at us. It's kind of funny.
Yeah. All right.
It's a curse of the gooch.
It's a curse of the gooch.
No, her gooch has been itching, and I can't even get no snuggles. So I don't know what's going on.
Oh, that sucks because snuggles are the best part.
That's what I was thinking. The Hocus Pocus, that's what I was thinking.
Well, if you end up, Bubba, if you end up watching Hocus Pocus, make sure you keep us in the loop, okay?
We done watched it. That's why the damn dog's looking at us.
I see.
He watching. He's cursed
that.
now. His sister's got an itchy gooch. His car won't start. And the dog won't stop looking at him all weird.
I'm so sorry. Well, at the very least, get that gooch checked out.
I was trying to check it out, but she won't even let me near it.
I see. All right, well, thank you. There's Bubba, who's down in Kent. Hey, Zach.
Hey, Alan.
What's going on, Zach? How are you? Thanks.
Doing good today. How are y'all doing?
Hanging in.
Pretty good.
Oh, good. I just want to call in and shoot you guys some love. I've been a listener to the show for about 10 years. Basically, since I started college. I'm 32 now.
Oh, boy. Thanks.
Yeah. So I've been sticking around. I moved down to North Carolina a few years ago, and I took you guys with me, and it's been a pleasure to have something from Ohio stick with me, and it's like taking some friends down here. So basically, I just wanted to say love y'all. And
where are you in North Carolina?
Keep doing what you're doing. I live in Troutman. It's about 30-ish minutes north of Charlotte. Charlotte.
30 minutes north of Charlotte. Okay.
Yep, just up 77.
All right. Oh, yeah, you go straight down 77 to go to Charlotte, don't you?
Yep.
Yeah,
okay. There's a joke about where we live that it takes about a tank of gas to get here, so people fill up and then decide to stick around because there's a lot of transplants in Charlotte. So
you're on Lake Norman down there in Troutman, right?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Beautiful little man-made lake. with a toxic fish in it from Duke Power Plant, but
Sure,
it's fine.
the three-eyed fish. Yeah. What do you
it's
do
fine.
down
Just
there,
don't
Zach?
eat 'em. I moved down. I'm a bartender part-time, and I just started a new gig doing low-voltage security systems. So
What is a low-voltage security system? Like a string and two cans?
It's a lock.
Well, we do basically, yeah. Like you just shake it a little bit and hope the person gets scared and runs away. I know.
Right.
But no, just low voltage in general, like any low voltage, like sound systems for pools and entertainment systems. But we focus on security systems for some of the nicer houses on Lake Norman.
Gotcha.
So,
all right. Well, good. Well,
yeah,
listen,
it's
I
not bad.
appreciate you checking in, Zach.
Hey, no problem. You guys keep doing what you're doing. I appreciate it.
All right, we'll do. Thank you. There's Zach, our bureau chief in Troutman, North Carolina. If you listen on iHeartRadio like Zach does, tell me where if you're doing it from out of state. Melissa is a new bureau chief. She's in Ladson, South Carolina. That's suburban Charleston. And we have Kylie, who listens in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Greg is up in Temagami, Ontario. And Doug is in Dundalk, Maryland. Thank you, one and all.
You ready to weigh this?
Are you ready
pig?
to get weighed, Poundcake?
Yes, I just had to finish the winner's info. But yes.
Okay. So Bill's got to do this.
All right.
Mary usually does it.
Come
but-
on up, Poundcake. Bring the camera. I'm going to call you, Alan. I'm going to leave the camera on him once I leave, though.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, do you need me to answer the phone?
No, Alan can answer.
I can
right?
pick it up, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll get him up here first, and then I'll head over. Do you think he's going to be up or down? I think he's going to be down this
I
week.
think he's going to be down. I
he's gonna be
really
down.
hope he's down.
Now, if he is up, that will probably break his brain. He might be done for.
I really, really hope that he's. I really hope that he's down.
All right. Taking his time.
You're doing this in the kitchen, right?
Yeah,
I
we're
mean,
doing the kitchen,
okay.
but I got to walk in there. Where is he? I'm trying to see where he's at. All right. I'll call you, and I'll be a...
Okay. I'll pick it up. Mm-hmm. Listen to this goddamn song for any longer. Uh-huh. So Bill's taking we have to do this on the hard tile kitchen floor because we won't get an accurate reading, obviously, if we do it in here on the carpet. Even though it's a very low pile carpet, it's a zero pile carpet, I would venture to say.
Colin.
Hello?
All right, we got you.
Okay.
Oh, this is weird.
So for 3 weeks, he's been unchanged at 186.6.
Yep.
Well, hold the camera.
Okay, yeah, I got the camera here.
No more extra weight.
All right, hold on. Let me turn the camera around. Okay, we got Poundcake here.
Do I have to switch you on the switcher? Because I don't have you on the screen.
No, I have. It should be Poundcake's camera.
It's on me.
Oh, damn. Go over and hit 5.
Yeah.
I thought I put it on 5.
There we go. Now I got you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
All right. So it was 186.6 the past 3 weeks.
What is it?
Don't tell me what it is yet. I want him to look at it, and I want him to take it in. And
What was it?
194.4.
He said it's 194.4.
that can't be right. He went up 8 pounds? That can't be right. There's no way. This poor guy. There's no way.
All right, I'll tell you this.
Oh, no. Oh, poor Poundcake. He's so unchanged for 3 weeks at 186.6, and now he's 194?
Did you hear what I said?
What did you say?
Hold on, Alan. I was stepping on the back of the scale.
Oh, you... No, I didn't know that you were doing that. Oh, my God.
All right, let's do it real way.
All right, I was going to say, there's no way that could be real.
All right, I'm back away.
How
from
did
it.
he
Go ahead,
not
step
see
on
you
that.
stepping on the scale?
He's so concerned. All right, we got a good Tell him now.
185.4.
Hey,
He's down a pound and some.
he's down a pound.
Yeah, he's down a pound and a skosh. All right, good.
Yeah.
Oh, that's exciting.
Good,
Oh boy.
All right, can you take the scale back and your camera?
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Oh boy, that's exciting.
All right, we'll be right back.
All right. There's Poundcake. The walk of shame. Back to the... How did he not know your foot was on the scale?
Because he was so, like, the way I was
But he's got to
filming
look.
it.
He's got to look down at his feet on the scale.
Right, but he couldn't see behind him.
Oh,
and I had my
God.
foot on the scale behind him.
Oh my God.
I just had it on the corner just a little bit.
No, I didn't hear you say that at first. I was like, "There's no way he's up 8 pounds."
Oh, he
Did
was
the color
so
just
mad.
all drain from his face? When
Yes, he
yeah.
was. The video is pretty good. If you didn't see it on the live stream, go check it out. It's pretty funny because he is not happy there. He's like, it couldn't be.
So he went from 186.6 to 184.4?
185.4.
185.4.
Yeah.
186.6 to 185.4.
Yeah, send that to Mary in the
186.6. So he's down 1.2 pounds. So that's good.
That's good, bud. You did good.
You're moving in the right direction.
Yeah.
Are you happy with that, or are you? It's better than 8 pounds up, which you initially thought you were.
Yeah, it's better. I'm glad I'm losing something. I've been peeing all day, and I didn't know that Bill was on the scale.
Oh, can your camera's out of focus.
Hold on, let me tap it.
Because the point of this is that Poundcake is hoping to lose 20 pounds total
Right.
by our last live show.
What was the starting point?
186 points.
No,
Oh,
no.
190 something.
194 was it, Poundcake?
192. It has to be 20
192.
pounds. So
Okay.
it was 192 down to 185 now. But this is after me peeing all day and me working out last night. And I didn't know you were stepping on it. I thought it was my legs because my legs are sore.
Well, you were shaking.
Because they're sore.
You didn't feel him or see his foot on the scale?
No, I didn't. I was looking directly at the numbers. I didn't know he was there.
Oh, that's so fun.
But my legs were legit, like when I walk, they're sore just because I was doing like my squats and everything and doing it in my room. So I'm like, wow, I can't even like stand sturdy enough to get an accurate reading because it like went up and like the numbers were like going crazy. I'm like, what the hell? Like, I know I pooped and everything and like I drank water, but I didn't think it would be that crazy. And I knew it wasn't no 95. I said, oh, what?
You would have felt different, by the way before this, if you had gained 8 pounds. You would have felt gross. But the point being is that this is all contingent on him losing 20 pounds from his start weight. So you have to hit 171?
172.
Now, you have to do that by the last live show of the year.
What, December 15th?
It is 10 weeks from today exactly. It's December the 15th is the last live show of the year. So you have 10 weeks from today. So how much weight has he lost total? 191.
No, wait, no.
It's been 14 pounds.
84 point, hold on.
If it's
185.4. He's lost you've lost 5.6 pounds.
That's nothing.
So you only have to lose 15 in 10 weeks. That's
do that.
absolutely doable.
You can see on the video on the live stream my foot on the scale.
See, I wasn't looking. I was working over here.
Yeah.
And yeah.
8 pounds. I'm looking back on it now.
But don't you feel so much more relieved knowing that you didn't gain 8 pounds? You actually lost a pound and a pound plus?
Yeah.
Actually,
it should be.
From that initial reading, you lost 9 pounds.
Yeah.
Look at it that way. That's very exciting.
Well, again, this is before my starvation diet that I was coming from Las Vegas. In Las Vegas, I remember I was.
See, if you had started then, you'd be good right now.
I started after I got back. I really did. I started because I was over 200 pounds. I remember I was outside of that restaurant that was like, if you're 300 pounds and over, you eat free. And so my brother was like, this is a restaurant that was made for me. I love Las Vegas. I got up there. And it said like 205 or 209 or something like that. And Mom was like, that can't be right. I said, no, that's right. I was like pushing 190 something before I left. And with all the booze, probably not drinking enough water and everything, I was like 205. I was like, I've never been 200 pounds in my life. And I hold it well. That's the problem. I don't necessarily look fat. But then now that I know how skinny I am now, and I look back on those pictures, I'm like, oh my God. I was like, I was a beast.
If you had legit gained 8 pounds, you would have just gone and eaten a cake tonight, wouldn't you? You would have said, screw it. I'm going to go to Heinen's and buy a wedding cake and just sit on my bed and eat it.
I don't know what I would have done. I probably would have been on
I love the idea of somebody getting their wedding cake from Heinen's, like pre-made. Oh, our wedding's this weekend. Can you run to Heinen's and get a wedding cake?
Well, because they sell those cakes. They sell blank, round, white cakes. You could buy a half a cake at Heinen's, like a half, a semicircle, 2-layer, 3-layer cake, and then just, we're getting married this weekend? Oh, no, honey. I was on cake duty. Chuck says at £1 a month, he's going to hit his goal in less than 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Well, people thought that you put lead weights in his belly.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you try to treat me like a fishing contest.
Yeah.
Oh, that was fun for me.
That's very good. So, people are calling you mean, but also laughing at it, too.
Yes,
so
I understand that it's mean, but it's also way more entertaining. There's a regular way in.
I didn't even think it was true. I was like, okay, there's something wrong with the scale. I knew that wasn't true. There was no way. There was no way, because I didn't weigh myself today, but I weighed myself 2 days ago, and 2 days ago I was like 186. So I was like, there's no way. There's no way.
Well, you were right.
I just was so confused. Dummy. I hate you.
Dummy.
Well, I'm trying to make it fun for the listeners.
Yes.
And the viewers.
Why we're here.
It made me angry.
Okay, so
you're already hangry, so it doesn't matter.
But total, you're down 5.5 pounds.
Yeah.
That's exciting. That's good news.
Now, if you have to, when it comes to the final weigh-in, are you going to strip down to just your underwear? Because your clothes do weigh probably a pound.
No, I'm not going to do that.
You wouldn't, if it meant having to pay $500 to marry, you wouldn't just get down to
your skivs,
like just your underwear,
or buck naked in your studio. I guess you can't do it. So you got to be naked in the kitchen.
Right.
It's going to be his underwear in the kitchen.
It's cold, and my psoriasis might be acting up. We'll see.
I'm just saying.
We'll see how I feel.
Boy, that psoriasis is his get-out-of-jail-free card. I don't think he hates it as much as he says he does. Hey, you want to go out tonight? I can't. Psoriasis.
Psoriasis.
I put that out on the table so everyone knows what to expect. I don't...
You know, it's your aunt's birthday this weekend. I got psoriasis. I can't go. Hey, want to eat a half a wedding cake from Heinen's? I can't. Psoriasis.
Actually, I can't.
It flares up my skin.
Yeah. All right, good. Well, I think it's all good news. If it had been a fourth week unchanged, we'd be in even stranger territory. If you were the exact same weight for a month, that would be weirder than gaining 8 pounds. I'm going to take a break. I will have, I'll have haunted schoolhouse passes for you a little bit later on down in Akron if you want to get your mitts on those. 35192, send a text for something. You can watch, of course, at AlanCoxShow.com. And anywhere you are, you can listen on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Way back north. And the party is about to begin.
Tomorrow.
Game 1.
Guardians and Rays.
Deep, slow breaths.
First pitch at 12:07.
Now we're ready. Here it comes.
October happens here.
Who knows what October may bring.
100.7
WMMS.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey guys, it's Mary. Have you ever heard of a guajillo pepper? I hadn't either until I tried Chipotle's brand new garlic guajillo steak. This tender, freshly grilled steak starts with the well-known craveable flavor of garlic and is enhanced with the smoky flavor and slight kick of the guajillo pepper. It's finished with fresh lime and cilantro and is my new favorite addition to my go-to bowl. I know, change can be scary, but I promise this new garlic guajillo steak is so worth it. Try it today at any Chipotle restaurant or online through the Chipotle app or at chipotle.com.
You probably get a lot of reminders. How about one for your car insurance? Safe Auto keeps you safe behind the wheel with affordable state minimum coverage and low down payments. Get a free quote for state minimum coverage 24/7 by going to safeauto.com or call 1-800-SAFE-AUTO. Within 3 minutes, we can get you a quote to keep you legal on the road for less. Good thing we're here to remind you. Play it safe.
It's Mr. Hero's hottest couple, the Roman Burger and Hot Buttered Cheesesteak. Two famously delicious sandwiches that'll beg the question, which one should I order? Try both. After all, they go better together.
Mr. Hero, it's the taste you crave.
Hey, it's Charlie here for Bloodview Haunted House, the absolute scariest haunted house in the area. I went a couple weeks ago just to see if it lived up to the hype, and boy, let me tell you, this is the ultimate haunted house experience. If you want to get scared too, check out Bloodview. They're open Friday and Saturday from 8 p.m. until midnight and Sundays from 8 until 10. Located on Towpath Road in Broadview Heights, visit bloodview.org for details, or you can always call the Bloodline at 440-526-9148.
WMMS and Coors Light want you to participate in the Scarlet and Gray Truck and Traeger giveaway. Just swing past any participating Giant Eagle location, scan the QR code, and you'll be registered to win a 2-year truck lease or a Traeger barbecue grill. All from 100.7 WMMS and Coors Light.
When it's time for an adventure on the open highway, one quick call to American Family Insurance gets you headed in the right direction. Our Travel Peace of Mind package is there if you encounter a bump in the road. From roadside assistance to rental car coverage, we have you covered. Find a local agent or get a quote at amfam.com.
American Family Insurance.
American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating companies, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Introducing Spectrum One. Get Spectrum Internet with speeds of 300 megabits per second, advanced Wi-Fi with best-in-class security and privacy, Spectrum Mobile with unlimited talk, text, and data plus nationwide 5G. Get it all with Spectrum One. Spectrum Internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and one line of Spectrum Mobile Unlimited for only $49.99 a month. Visit Spectrum.com or a Spectrum store today. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
At Domino's, you can get any 2 or more mix and match items delivered for $6.99 each. That's $6.99 pizza, molten lava crunch cakes, oven-baked Parmesan bread bites, and more. Ask for this offer. Availability and charges may vary. Delivery orders subject to local stores' delivery charge. Local stores may charge extra for some menu items, crust types, toppings, and sauces.
I absolutely love my dog, but the constant shedding, not so much. But then I got a Swiffer Sweeper Pet Kit, and it is amazing. These super thick cloths pick up a crazy amount of hair. Just look at all that. And that was from just one swipe. And the best part? Sweeper's so much easier to maneuver than a broom or a vacuum, easily getting around chairs and under the couch. You're right. Now I can focus on you, not your shedding. Swiffer Sweeper Pet Kit. Because shed happens.
Have you considered getting a medical marijuana card in Ohio? With NugMD, you can get yours online in minutes from the comfort of home. Once approved, you can shop at dispensaries across the state. NugMD is the nation's leader in medical marijuana evaluations and has helped over 1 million Americans live happier and healthier. NugMD is half the price of other competitors, and you only pay if approved. Plus, get $10 off when you go to nugmd.com/radio. That's nuggmd.com/radio. Go to nugmd.com/radio to get your medical marijuana card today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to get conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
Babbel, language for life, celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
What did 9 out of 10 people who died from COVID have in common?
They were 50 or older.
And if you have a condition like heart disease or diabetes, your risk is even higher.
COVID vaccines lower the risk of death.
Get your updated vaccine now. It could save your life.
We can do this. Find updated COVID vaccines at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The new era of Thursday Night Football is here, and it's only on Prime Video. Tonight, 2 offensive stars go head-to-head as Jonathan Taylor and the Indianapolis Colts travel to Denver to take on Russell Wilson and the new-look Broncos. Pre-game coverage begins at 7 p.m. Eastern with TNF Tonight, delivered by Little Caesars. Not an Amazon Prime member? Sign up for a 30-day free trial to stream the game. It's the Colts and the Broncos, only on Prime Video. See Amazon.com/watchtnf for details.
With Rally's Mix and Match, you can have any two. From the Rally Burger, Spicy Chicken Sandwich, Crispy Fish Sandwich, or Chili Dog for just $4. That's 10 different ways to 2 for $4. Want to hear them all? You can do Rally Burger Spicy Chicken, or Spicy Chicken Crispy Fish, or Chili Dog Crispy Fish, or Spicy Chicken Chili Dog, or Crispy Fish Rally Burger, or Rally Burger Chili Dog, or Rally Burger, or Spicy Chicken, or Crispy Fish, or Chili Dog, Whew, that's a lot to choose from. And you can make it a meal with a small fry and drink for $3 more. Rally's Mix and Match. You've earned it.
Traffic. From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, for medical mistake caused you injury, call Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK, Ohio. 77 South between Pershing and Fleet. A truck lost a load of gravel. Traffic is proceeding cautiously and backing up before 490. Jennings Freeway South, very heavy now between Harvard and 480. Wrecks reported on East 30th and Chester. Dennison Avenue on-ramp to I-71 South. Route 83 north of Center Ridge Road in North Ridgeville. And in Elyria, South Abbey Road near East Broad Street. Jackie Robertson, the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Pella Windows and Doors.
Need a reprieve from sky-high energy bills? Get Pella and pay no interest for 5 years. Or take $125 off windows, $400 off patio doors. 877-98-PELLA, PellaCleveland.com.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
I'll use it, but I'm not paying for it.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Send me a text if you want to. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. Thank you to DeBlangelo Coffin Stink for helping out in the video department back there today. And, of course, on the iHeartRadio app, you can listen there as well. Mary is out today. She will join us tomorrow from Boston. We will be on live after the Guardians' first wildcard game. So that is set for 12:07 tomorrow. So Stansbury will end early, and we will start late. And in the middle, you'll get Guardians Tampa Bay Rays, first of hopefully 2. Be nice if the Guardians won those first 2 games. It wouldn't need to play on Sunday. So 12:07 tomorrow, which again, not prime time, but who cares? If you're listening on MMS, you'll get all of it. And then we will come on post-game and finish out the week. There is I got to tell you, I don't know the last time I can recall seeing a female pilot. And that's no criticism of any kind. They do exist, obviously. There's a lot of them up there. It's just that I assume that they're outnumbered by guys. And I was reading the story about this female pilot who is suing her co-pilot because he locked her in the cockpit and got naked.
What?
She had never worked with him before. Christine Janning is the pilot for Southwest Airlines. And she said that a guy named Michael Hawk locked the cockpit door during a flight, took off all of his clothes, and committed a lewd act for 30 minutes in front of her as he watched pornography on his computer.
30 minutes?
Yeah, what's taking so long, homie?
I really like to, he was edging.
What is it with these guys who can't wait to masturbate? Hashtag wait to masturbate.
Do you think, what if he's like, what do you mean? This has nothing to do with her being a woman, or she's not even hot.
I do this in front of all my co-pilots.
This is what happens. You want to be with the boys. This is what boys do.
It's called Sky Law.
It's a rite of passage. Yeah. This is just hazing.
We were just ingratiating her.
You ever been in a cockpit before?
No, sir. I've never been up in a plane before.
You ever seen a grown man naked?
You were just whatting her?
Ingratiating?
Bill, I'm going to need a ruling on this. I don't think that's the word he was.
I don't think it's the right word, but I don't
get.
I think it's close enough.
It's close enough
to
intended to gain approval, favor, or whatever.
He was ingratiating himself.
He was ingratiating her into the being a pilot. This is what being a pilot is. You have to gain our approval.
Initiating is the word you're looking for.
Yeah.
In that context.
Intended or adopted to gain favor. Fine.
But you
were right there.
You ingratiate yourself to other people.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. But that's another word you've learned.
Yep.
What sucks about this is as soon as she complained, they grounded her and let the guy continue flying until he was getting ready to retire in 3 weeks. So that's why he did it. He's like, I'm going out.
Yeah.
Buck naked, baby.
Going out big and hard.
Pleaded guilty later on to a federal misdemeanor. He says it was she who encouraged him to take off his clothes and who made sexual advances to him. Because, of course, that's how it happens. Women of any professional level, they're not already terrified about doing the wrong thing, and she's in a male-dominated field. But yeah, let's lock the cockpit. You get naked, and then we'll do something. She wanted me to do it. That's his defense. She told me to take her clothes off, take my clothes off. She was his co-pilot from Philly to Orlando, and they had never met before. Like I said, the guy was 3 weeks away from retiring. He was a 27-year veteran of Southwest Airlines.
Oh, he did not care whatsoever.
No, he used his seniority rights to bump another pilot who'd been scheduled to command the flight. The girl thinks that because she's a woman, that he bumped the other guy so he could fly with her, get naked, crank one out. He told her when they hit cruising altitude, that this was his final flight and there was something he wanted to do before retirement. Oh, God.
See?
It gets worse and worse.
See, I felt like...
You know what, baby? There is something I've been dying to do, and none of my male co-pilots will ever do this with me. I don't know what the problem is, but they... Ugh.
I knew this dude was a vet. When you said that he got completely naked, I'm like, that's an old person thing. Old people feel like they have to get completely naked to crank it. Like, guys, flop it over.
You don't want to get anything on your uniform.
But still, guys make do. They don't care about that.
He said that this was his final flight. There was something he wanted to do before retirement. She said he bolted the door so no flight attendant could enter. He then put the plane on autopilot, took off his clothes. Just a little autopilot asphyxiation going on up there. Began watching pornography on his laptop, and it says committed a lewd act. We know what he was doing.
Yeah, just say what he did.
He was rubbing it out for 30 minutes. This guy went all out. You're going to love this, okay? So he's locked her in. She's never worked with a guy before. She goes, what is going on here? He locks the door, takes his clothes off. I mean, how do you even compose yourself if you're her for 30 minutes while this guy's there committing his lewd act?
Also,
and it says, while taking photos and videos of himself.
He locked people out. She wasn't locked in. She could have unlocked the door and just left. Or been
Is that the case?
I'm going to leave, yeah.
Okay, so he bolted the door. Yeah, but I mean, again, she's the co-pilot. Like,
Right.
What is she going to run down the aisle screaming? Like, she's worried about her job, for Christ's sake. And I imagine women, obviously I can't mansplain this, but I have to imagine, just from things that females have told all of us, that, like, she would be right.
No,
in saying, she'd be right in saying, if I complain, something bad's going to happen.
I agree.
And that's exactly what happened. They grounded her. well, we're going to look into this because he said you wanted him to do it. And she's like, really? I wanted him to do that? We've never worked together before. This guy, who's probably mid-50s, early 60s, is so unbelievably hot in his old man body that I said, hey, you got to take your clothes off. She said on the day she was grounded, the airline stranded her in Denver, and the FBI had to book her a flight so she could get back home to Florida. A manager for her company, for Southwest Airlines, sent a memo to 25 employees saying that the woman had made... the memo that made baseless allegations about the woman's competency. So somebody with the company was trying to shut the whole thing down.
Yeah, because they'll protect a guy like that.
They have to discredit her.
But he's getting ready to retire. She's going to sue them anyway.
Because they all do it. That's
right,
what I'm saying.
But you got to know she's going to sue you. So now you have on paper, oh, this woman's not a good pilot.
Well, they just got to discredit
And I
her.
don't know if she is or not. She might not be a good pilot, but that's got nothing to do. Her competency's got nothing to do with what happened.
She should have filmed him.
I was going to say, they want to make it seem like she had it in for this pilot. She just didn't like me. You know, I gave her a chance. Normally, I don't let women take charge. But hey, I was retired, so I said, what the hell? I was making up for lost time. I wasn't the best husband, and so,
I wasn't the best husband.
So I was like,
and I was making up for lost time.
I let a woman be in charge of 120 lives, but it's okay. Now she wants to report me and end my career and ruin my good name.
In court, he said that the incident was a consensual prank that got out of hand. Who was getting pranked, by the way? How can there be a consensual prank between two people? What is that? Isn't a prank something you play on someone without their consent? You can't. I don't think by definition you can consent to a prank. Unless it was like, okay, I know you're going to do something. I don't know what it is or when it's going to be. A consensual... Poundcake's right. Guys are just the worst.
I'm telling you, the reason why
I don't understand all the public masturbation.
I look back on my life.
It's not the flex you think it is.
I look back on my life and career moves that I've done, and I have a best friend who's in the military. He just tells me, he's like, dude, the only reason why straight guys are homophobic is because they are the gayest among us. And that's what he said. The word for word. That's what
Meaning what?
Meaning they do the gayest stuff and...
Straight guys?
Straight guys do the gayest things and they don't want it to be considered gay. So therefore...
But then they're not straight guys.
But he said, I've been in the military and he was like, these are guys that I have had their back with. They have gone to war.
Sure, yeah.
And in the trench. And he was just like... And these guys are walking around naked, cuddling with each other. He's like, the gay guys there, they provide a service. He was like, they are there out of the goodness of their hearts because the straight guys. Yeah, the straight guys just, they shower together. They're slapping each other's asses.
Well, no,
like,
listen.
Look at that hog.
There's no shortage of homoeroticism in the military and sports and all that stuff. But this goes beyond that, though. What you're talking about. I consider myself
they come for each other because they already
right,
know
but
what it is.
I know you have all these sus straight dudes who've hit you up or whatever, but I'm saying those guys aren't straight. They're at the very least curious. I'm a guy who's never done any gay stuff.
I don't believe you when you say that.
I don't know why you don't believe me. I would absolutely tell you if
you never watched porn with a friend.
No.
Wow. Well, then you're one of the rare.
But that's not gay. You're watching a guy. Watching straight porn with other dudes? I don't consider that gay.
Are you tossing off
if you're watching gay porn?
No, not gay porn. I don't even like gay porn, really.
No, but you'll hear these stories about when I was a kid, me and my friend, we both pulled him out and went at it at the same time.
Yes.
Okay, that's a little on the fence. I wouldn't think that's gay because you're still figuring things out when you're a kid and you're not touching each other. But I never did anything like that. I mean, for the first part of my life, we were hyper-Catholic, and I thought I was going to go to hell if I did anything like that. Then the later part, if I had had an inkling of curiosity, I'm sure I would have done something, but I never did because I wasn't curious. I had no interest in it whatsoever. I like girls. I have liked girls since I was in kindergarten. Girls. But these dudes you're talking about, they're not. They're curious at the very least.
Okay, but what I'm saying
doesn't make them gay. But
doesn't make him gay. But I'm just saying, in reference to this story,
it puts you closer to gay.
Oh, okay, but I'm just saying in reference to this story, they all cover for each other. If they're all guilty of doing the same thing, if this pilot who's been in the game for 27 years, like you said, he's seen some things with a lot of different pilots. So if he has done this as a prank with a girl sitting there, if he felt comfortable enough to do it with a female co-pilot,
but he's not.
It's not comfortable.
A real prank.
But what I'm saying,
he's not pranking anyone. He's trying to cover his own ass.
I understand
by calling it a prank.
But he's saying if I go down, I know you guys have done some stuff in this cockpit too that I probably sleeping with like
I think
the
the first thing they
stewardess.
should do is rename it.
No, right.
Call it the pilot pit.
There you go.
He's probably
should have covered his ass while he was in the cockpit.
Mm-hmm.
They're covering for each other.
No, but if he were to, let's take your scenario, saying he was going to blow up a bunch of other guys, you have to be able to prove that.
He probably can.
How? He's got video of other pilots doing this?
I didn't say video, but it's probably documented evidence. Like, oh, I know Charisse, she complained about you, and I told her to not say anything because, this is our medium. We stick together.
What I'm saying is there would have been multiple lawsuits that would have been filed against this guy over the years if he had done this on a bunch of occasions. He told her, hey, I'm retiring in 3 weeks. He's like Roger Murtaugh. I'm not too old for this S word for poop. And now that we're at 36,000 feet, let's fire up Pornhub. And this woman's just sitting there. Like, what do you do while he's doing this?
Monitor the instruments.
I'm going to need you to monitor my instrument over here. Maybe he wasn't even doing it to her, like looking her in the eyes. Maybe he was like, look, there's something I've wanted to do. You don't even have to look at me. It's just out of boredom. It's just boredom. There's so many other things you've missed if that's your going away present to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to lock my coworker in the cockpit, which if you've ever been in one, it's a very small space. So it's not like she's across the room. She's like arm's length, if that. And he's over there spanking it.
So weird. It's such a weird thing to do.
Guys are so weird. I don't understand it. Listen, I've done a lot of weird stuff in my life with people. But it's always, hey, you want to do this? Yeah, cool. Let's do it. Hey, I'm going to go do something in the corner here.
Nothing you had to try to explain to a jury was a prank.
Your Honor.
It was a prank. A consensual prank.
Gone awry.
What?
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
Hey, Stephanie.
Yes.
What's up?
Well, I was thinking about your comment about straight dudes watching porn together, but I thought the point of watching porn, heterosexual porn or any type, is there is somewhat of a sexual attraction to it, that a person gets excited, blood rushes here and there, and that watching with a bunch of straight dudes, there is a level of homoeroticism in it. Like, why would you want to sit around with a bunch of dudes and get excited, sexually excited, if you don't have at least a bit of curiosity?
Stephanie, I'm with you. That's why I was never a strip club guy. Like, I dated strippers. I'd pick them up and drop them off.
Right.
But I was never a strip club guy. I was like, hey, want to go and all get boners together? Like, that's not my thing. So, but again, I wouldn't say that falls into the gay category. I mean, because when I think of back in the, when I think of like college and stuff, when I was in college 30 years ago, I remember there was a group of guys down the hall from me that on like Tuesday nights would all get in there and watch porn.
It was a group fat.
No. Yeah. They didn't have anything. They didn't have anything out.
Mm-hmm.
They were sitting there.
Right.
Granted, nobody wanted to get up if the phone rang, but I mean, they were all sitting there watching porn, and you'd walk by and they'd have the door open. It wasn't like a group FAP or whatever. But the thing was, back then, not everybody had porn, so it was like a big deal if a guy had a VHS tape of some porn or something. Now everybody can go on their laptop and see it whenever they want, do whatever they want with whoever they want. And I would walk by this room. I'd be like, what are you guys doing? I looked in one time. I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. And I kept on walking. I'm going to go have sex with a girl, guys. I'll see you later on.
Gay.
But even though there's sexual porn everywhere, There's strip clubs. Men are still doing it. They're still watching in groups. They're still getting lap dances in front of one another, and then want to say that they're straight. And it's such, like you said, there's a scale.
Well, they
That's
are
not
getting
on the
lap
straight
dances,
end of the scale.
but they are getting lap dances from girls.
Right.
I mean, they're not. I'm not anti-strip club. I was just never a strip club guy. Yeah, I know.
Then the strippers leave, and they have a bunch of boners. So I'm just saying, I wouldn't put that as straight guys watching sex. There's got to be a little bit of curiosity, is all I'm saying. Otherwise, especially since it's so accessible, you can get it anywhere on your phone, on your
Yeah,
TV.
no, I'm not
Probably
even
in my freaking car right
anti-curiosity.
now.
It was just never my thing. Okay, thank you, Stephanie.
There's
she
also
might be on
just
something.
a thing with sexuality in, when you were in college, pornography wasn't as readily available. So when people had it, they're like, oh, I want to watch this.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like
so
all the
it's-
dudes would get in that room on a Tuesday night to watch the tape this guy had. And one by one, they'd peel off and go back to their room and I'm sure finish the job.
But I'm with you. I'm like, turn off the pornography and let's just get this done ourselves.
Yes. I've got a girlfriend. I'm going to go see her right
I was
now.
talking about the guys.
Guys, turn that off, will you?
Not gay if you're in college.
That television's going to be real distracting when we're all naked.
All I'm saying is, if you make the rules, you can change the definition on what's gay and what's not.
I think we need to figure out what this guy thinks a prank is. I think that's
Yeah,
the
what's the
biggest,
definition of a prank, sir?
Question mark.
A consensual prank.
He's like, listen, how old was he? If he was there for 27 years, like he's like, I'm just happy I can still get it up. I never joined the Mile High Club, so this was my time.
That's right. Here, let me try something. Hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, as your pilot speaking, just want to let everybody know that
Can you turn down the
Turn down
flight?
the engine, please.
Yeah, the engine's a little loud. Right, a little lower. Okay, now try it.
Engine's a little loud.
Engine was a little loud.
It was irritating me. Can we not fly so fast?
ladies and gentlemen, as your pilot speaking, I just want to let you know that we're at a cruising altitude, 36,000 feet. Back here,
Can you turn your microphone up?
I'm manhandling the hand candle back here, and so it's not like I'm keeping my co-pilot hostage.
There we go.
Right there, really? Right there.
That's better.
It's not like I'm keeping my co-pilot hostage or anything, but we're having a good time back here. We're engaging in what us in the business call a consensual prank. And hope nothing will... You like this, what I'm doing over here?
This sounds like a.
I love it. I think it's great. Do more of it. Yeah, she's down with it. I think it'll be okay. Anyway, the ladies who are locked out of the cockpit are going to be coming back with some drinks.
Oh, no, what happened? Engine cut off.
Oh, no, I didn't pay attention to the situation. Oh, no.
Not again. PTSD. I was wanting to crank one out as we're...
Join me!
Ground at 700 miles an hour. Hope you've enjoyed. You have a lot of options when you fap on an airline, and we'd like to thank you for choosing this one.
Holy moly. And scene. I got to take a break. If you want to text for something, 35192. I'll have Terry the Goat's Week 5 picks for the upcoming football weekend. She did pick the Browns game this weekend. She doesn't always, so we'll get to that in a bit. And you can listen on the iHeartRadio app. We'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free
House. New scenes, more scares, incredible detail. They got the Midway right there with food trucks, so you won't go hungry. And they got beer before the fears. You won't go thirsty either. Tickets, info, all that, hauntedschoolhouse.com. A couple of passes for you. Be caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's not every day you hear him complain about something. Wait, yes it is.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
You really had to hand it to a band like Van Halen, who ostensibly came out of nowhere and goes, we're going to do on our very, very first album, we're going to put a long instrumental on, but it's going to redefine how guitars are played. And so Eddie Van Halen died 2 years ago today.
Two-hand tapping guitar technique really got me off Eruption, in talking about love. I'm on fire.
That's right. You were an Atomic Punk, weren't you?
Yeah.
Of course, Eddie Van Halen is Dutch. Well, was Dutch. He had throat cancer. He had lung cancer. He's a long time smoker. He died technically of a stroke. He was in the hospital and died 2 years ago today. For some reason that it feels like he's been gone a lot longer. But as a kid, my world revolved around Van Halen. Eddie Van Halen dying was a bad day for me because my world revolved around Van Halen until I discovered Metallica. Always a Van Halen fan. But when I started playing the drums, that first Van Halen album was one of the albums my mom handed me and said, listen to these. And obviously Alex is the drummer, but he and Eddie switched instruments early on. They started playing the other one's instruments. Then it became very, very clear when they were kids over time, they were like sneaking time with the other one's instruments. So clearly those were the ones that they gravitated towards. But the reason I mention he's Dutch is because everyone on the text is chastising me for not picking up on that pilot's name.
Oh, what was the pilot's name?
His name is Dutch, too. Michael Haak. Haak.
This is about that pilot that you're talking about right now, but yeah, leave it to Mike Hawk to do something like that.
Oh, Mike Hawk.
I think looking at the name, Michael Haak, and everybody's texting, what was his name? And I didn't register because Haak and Michael, it just didn't register. Michael Haak. Mike Hawk locked himself in the cockpit. Maybe he called it the Hawk Pit. I don't know. Maybe when he was up there and he was like, welcome to the Hawk Pit, baby. Whatever happens up here, happens up here.
Stays up here.
Mm-hmm.
Hawk Pit.
So my sincerest apologies to everyone who now thinks less of me, as if you could, for glossing right over Michael Hawk. But
that was the prank.
It was a consensual prank. Oh, man, this guy's playing chess. We're all playing checkers. You can't handle the crank. Somebody. Michael Hawk. Yes. We went to a break. I go, why is everybody blowing me up about the pilot? Do you want, well, let's do Terry the Goat's.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
I've got
Tell us what you got, Terry.
Find him.
Drop kick me, Jesus, through the goalposts of life.
It's week 5.
End over end, neither left nor to right. Straight through the heart of them righteous uprights. Drop kick me, Jesus, through the goalposts of life.
Right. Okay. So she's had kind of a tough few weeks. Tough getting going. She might be on the right track now for week 5. Last week she went 5-5, but before that she was in really bad shape. 3-6, 6-7. So she doesn't always pick the Cleveland Browns game, but this week she did. What is the Thursday night football game?
The Indianapolis Colts versus the Denver Broncos.
Colts Broncos. Okay, she didn't.
You watch it on prime television.
She didn't pick that. What's Monday night football?
Monday night. I'm not sure the Monday night game.
I always forget to check Thursday and Monday when she sends these. And she sends them. You know, not only did he teach her to pick football games, he taught her to send email. Yeah.
With attachments, which there's a lot of people I know that can't do that. They don't know how to do the attachment thing.
Well, I think it's because she's a young goat. She's very technically savvy.
Cowboy. No, wait, where's
Cowboys Rams?
No, Raiders Chiefs.
Okay, she did pick that. Okay, so we won't know the full thing here until
Sunday night game is Bengals Ravens.
Gotcha.
That's a division.
Oh, but Sunday night.
Yeah.
Okay, she picked it. Okay, anyway, here we go. Terry's picks for week 5.
The prime
10
time
picks.
games.
So have your
There's 3 prime time games every week.
All right. Have your bookie on speed dial. She picks the Green Bay Packers over the Giants.
Mm-hmm. Both teams are 3-1, so that could go either way, but we'll see.
She picks the Buffalo Bills over the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Good choice.
She picks the Vikings over the Bears.
Yeah.
So far, the Bears stink.
Bears are bad.
She picks the Dolphins over the Jets. Yep. She picks the Titans over the Washington Commanders.
I like all these picks so far. I think she's doing good.
Picks the Carolina Panthers over the 49ers.
That's not a good one.
Okay.
But you never know. Any given Sunday.
Picks the Cowboys over the Rams. Picks the Ravens over the Bengals. For Monday Night Football, she picks the Raiders over the Chiefs.
Ooh, that'd be an upset because they're playing in Kansas City.
And finally, she doesn't always pick the Browns game, but this week she did.
2-2. Both teams are 2-2, so
it's the Browns against Bills LA Chargers.
Bolt up.
Bolt up. And Terry the Goat picks the Chargers over the Cleveland Browns.
Good call,
so
Terry.
That's got to make you happy.
I love it, Terry.
All the way. Yeah, wouldn't you say? Football all the way. Football all the way. Football all the way. Yeah, wouldn't you say? Football all the way.
So there you go. That's week 10 from Terry the Goat. Chargers over the Browns. Of course, I'll be downtown for the Cox Out pregame, which we do before all of the home games. Basically going to have 2 in as many weeks because they're playing Monday Night Football on Halloween.
Ooh.
So I'll be down there. That'll be a show cut a little bit. My Halloween show here will be cut a little short because the Cox Out will start at 5:45. And I won't be home to go trick-or-treating. But I've already informed my daughter that that's the case. Frankly, I think she'll be okay.
Yeah,
as long as mom's around.
I don't need you to get candy.
Yeah, I don't need that at all.
Are they doing trick-or-treat on Halloween?
Yes.
Okay. Some places do it on like the Saturday before.
Yeah, I think that might be an option. I don't know. But as I understand it, I think they're going to do it on Halloween Monday. Hey, Joe.
Are you going to wear
Hey, how you doing, Alan?
I just bought my costume, yes. Oh, nice. It's a red hoodie. Hi, Joe. What's going on?
All right. How are you? How's the rest of the gang?
Hanging in, man.
That's good. Now, I heard you talking about Van Halen, man. I'm a Van Halen freak. I went to every show since they came out, man. I used to be a Aerosmith fan. And remember the record store, J.P. Snodgrass?
I don't. That was a local one?
No. Yeah.
No, that was probably before my
and-
time. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I don't remember that.
Okay, but anyway, we were in high school, and my buddy went up there and got the album and went over his house. He said, man, you got to listen to this. Fell in love with that band, went to every show. I just wanted to throw that out there, man. What a kick-ass band, man.
No, it's great. It's fantastic. I mean, I saw Van Halen a couple of times. I remember seeing them on the Monsters of Rock tour.
Yeah, right. But I still even follow David Lee Roth if he comes to Cleveland or something. I'll go see him. I seen him at the House of Blues, man. That was a kick-ass show, too,
Oh,
man.
boy. David Lee Roth.
Yeah, I don't know. I like them both. I like Sammy. I like Dave, but I'm more Dave era, you know.
Well, I am, too.
But,
they had bigger hits with Sammy, but I'm a David Lee Roth Van Halen guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. What a good band, man. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that out to you, man. Thanks for taking the call.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate it. There's Joe.
I was going to ask Joe if he's ever seen any of the many tribute bands that are out there for Van Halen. There's one, they just play everything with cookware, Pan Halen.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the one that uses recyclables, Can Halen.
Mm-hmm. Yep. There's the all-black version, Diver Brown. That's Cody's Van Halen cover band. No, I had to
There's
go
the one
to...
It's a bunch of grandmas playing. Nan Halen?
Gran Halen. Nan Halen.
They're Nans. Grandnans.
Yeah. No, we had to go to Alpine Valley because I don't think it played Chicago. Monsters of Rock, 1988. You guys got in Akron, I think. I'm sure we have people listening who went to see Monsters of Rock in Akron, 1988. It was Van Halen, Scorpions, Dokken. I was a huge Dokken fan. Metallica was pretty far down the list. Metallica was not in Metallica, I guess.
They had a huge following.
In 88, they had blown up, yes.
But they still, I don't think on a tour like that, they were getting the top billing yet.
Correct. And then a band called Kingdom Come, which had like a couple of hits, and then that was it. But we had to go to Alpine Valley, which was in East Troy, Wisconsin, which was not a big trip. We went to see a lot of shows up there. Not a long trip. But that was a good year for Van Halen. I never saw them. I don't think I ever.
That was Sammy Van Halen.
That was Sammy Van Halen. I saw them one time with David Lee Roth, and I saw them one time with Sammy. And I love David Lee Roth. Now I don't pay attention to David Lee Roth because he's he's off on another planet doing his own thing. But as a kid, boy, it was just all about Van Halen. I was playing every one of those records with my headphones on every time a new album came out. So 2 years ago today, Eddie Van Halen died. And speaking of Akron, this dude from Akron who died in Hurricane Ian, did you read about that?
No.
Because he tried to do a handstand on a balcony in the middle of the storm.
And it didn't work out?
It didn't work out.
That is shocking.
I'm trying to feel bad for him.
34-year-old Markel Hope of Akron, Ohio, fell from the 15th floor balcony at his hotel in Myrtle Beach, trying to do a handstand at 3 p.m. During the storm. And he fell off the balcony. So they're investigating his death. Nice hotel, too. Investigating his death, but they said obviously that was accidental. So condolences to the Hope family there down in Akron. But listen, you can be drunk at 3 p.m. I hope he was hammered. Because, boy, it's something you do stone cold sober. Hey, there's a storm coming through. I'm going to do a handstand on the... But I got to tell you...
And that's not a good thing to do if there's a hurricane, if there's not a hurricane, if you're drunk, if you're sober. Don't do the handstand on the balcony.
If you want to stay alive, there's a caveat there.
There you go. If you want to stay alive.
Because some people, I'm so... Even though it often ends in injury or death or grave injury or paralysis... I'm just so happy that these people are out there. They're walking the razor's edge. Because people do this kind of stuff all the time and walk away unscathed. And then they have a story.
Yes.
Right? They go, I did a handstand on the 15th floor on the balcony in the middle of a hurricane. And they have a great story. I'm just so happy because I ain't that guy. So I'm happy that these people are out there.
Was he doing it on the balcony or on the railing?
This is I can't imagine doing a handstand on the railing. How would you do that? I mean, even within a light wind, you'd be just as attempting to do a handstand on a balcony on the 15th floor of his hotel room. Oof. That's no way to go. Because even if you're doing it, let's say you're doing a handstand on your lawn, there's that moment where you know your equilibrium is gone and you're going to fall.
Yeah.
And then you stand up and you try to do it again. You know, you see little kids do this all the time.
But it's the lawn, so you'll be fine.
It's the lawn. You might get a grass stain on your crispy new sneaks. But when you do it on the balcony, again, I'm just so pleased that these kinds of people, and they're easy to mock. I mean, I try not to do it. I like to stay curious, not judgmental. And I'm so happy that these kinds of people are out there. Because sometimes they get through by the skin of their teeth and they're like, God, man.
You want to be a runner-up in the Darwin Awards, not a winner.
You don't want to be the first guy.
Yeah, you don't want to be the one, you go, I tried it and I almost died. But once you die, then you get the Darwin Award and you can only get it once.
Yeah.
This could be how Mary goes. Because she likes doing the handstands by things. That's her thing.
Yeah.
She likes to go by the edge of a cliff and be like, and I'm doing a handstand. There's not just the cliff, but there's me doing a handstand. All go the wrong way.
Yeah, people are telling me that the Monsters of Rock in '88 happened at the Akron Rubber Bowl. And it was 104 degrees that day. That's a day for some rock and roll, baby.
I bet you smell like...
Is the Akron Rubber Bowl still a place?
No, they got rid of that, and now they have InfoCision.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know. People always used to tell me like it used to be like I forget what they call it, a novelty to drive out there and see it, and I think it's probably closed down. I don't think they've like tore it down, but it's just closed down. You can't go in there yet.
Okay.
But they used to drive past there and you're like, this is where it is. I never got to go, so I never saw it. I thought it probably looks like a Coliseum or something.
Well, I guess I'll never get to see it.
I think it's still around. You can drive.
Alan, there's a band with all KKK members called Clan Halen. There you go. That's a very specific kind of Van Halen cover band. Okay, I'm going to take a break. If you'd like to text for anything, 35192, you can watch at alancoxshow.com and listen wherever on that iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
My wife thinks I'm crazy because I keep getting these headaches, and I think it's because of the computer monitor in the new studio. I have to turn my head so far to the left to see it.
It's not that far. It's just
right? And if you think about it, Rover, 6 years you've been with your wife?
Longer than that.
Okay. Then you were a bachelor, and then you were with another woman, great woman, for many, many years.
What's your point?
From 2001...
Everything has to circle back around to her and I used to date
had
somehow.
To slide that in, right?
You're the pain in my neck, and you give me a headache. You're right. You cracked the case.
I'm funny.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
ABC Tonight.
Are you back? Heard about the new class.
Get ready to meet the new interns on the Grey's Anatomy season premiere.
We didn't hire you for your grades. We hired you for your fight.
Then, it's a twisty season premiere of Station 19.
Oh my God.
What the hell is that?
And
Cold case in Alaska.
Hilary Swank stars in the fall's biggest mystery,
We're going to break this story together.
Alaska Daily.
Tonight starting at 8 on ABC News 5 Cleveland and stream on Hulu.
Hey, it's Alan. The Cox Out pre-games are back 2 hours before every Browns home game. We get going downtown at the Ivy, West 6 and Lakeside. Be there for your shot to win a trip to the Bahamas by playing a little bit of finger football, courtesy of Bud Light. We'll see you Sunday morning right around 10:30 at the Ivy for the Cox Out pregame.
Introducing the Planet Fitness Guide to getting that post-workout glow. Step 1, what's your why? More epic energy? Better sleep? Blow off steam? Step 2, join Planet Fitness for $1 down, $10 a month, cancel anytime, and get moving. Go cardio crazy in our clean and spacious clubs, or get down with some dumbbells and strength equipment. Step 3, bask in that post-workout glow. Join Planet Fitness today for $1 down, $10 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, October 14th. It's glow time. See Club for details.
Designed to stand out, engineered to astound. Test drive a new Mazda today at the all-new Mazda of Kent. Mazda of Kent. We have our largest inventory since 2020, and the hottest models are here now. Come test drive the new Mazda CX-5 crossover SUVs, Mazda CX-30 CUVs, even 2023 Mazda CX-50 crossover SUVs, and more. The entire Mazda lineup at the all-new Mazda of Kent. Come experience our new retail Evolution dealership, created with solely the customer in mind. We provide a premium experience that customers expect and deserve. U.S. News and World Report awarded Mazda Best Car Brand. Plus, Mazda has more IIHS Top Safety Pick models than any other manufacturer. Designed to stand out, engineered to astound. Test drive a new Mazda today at the all-new Mazda of Kent. MazdaKent.com. MazdaKent.com.
To qualified buyers. Only on Gimme Metal can you chat with metal fans and artists from all over the world while listening to the newest sounds and the classic gems of the genre you love. Listen anytime, anywhere. Download the free app in Google Play or the App Store. That's GIMME Metal.
Did you know your home equity is one of the most affordable ways to borrow? Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal, and it's true. The rate on a home equity line is less than a credit card, a personal loan, and even a car loan. And unlike a cash-out refi, with an equity line, you get to keep your current low mortgage rate. You only pay interest on what you actually need, plus at Third Federal, you don't pay any closing costs. So use your Third Federal home equity line of credit for whatever you want. Remodel your kitchen, pay for college, or even a family vacation. So go for it. Lock in today's guaranteed lowest rate and get as much as $200,000. Apply online or call Third Federal today at 1-800-3RD-FED.
Right now at Third Federal, get the guaranteed lowest rate on an equity line of credit of prime minus 0.76%, currently 5.49% APR on balances of $50,000 and over. For balances under $50,000, the rate is prime minus 0.26%, currently 5.99% APR. Apply online or call 1-800-3RD-FED. See details for guarantee at thirdfederal.com. Restrictions apply. Rates subject to change. Equal housing lender.
Football season is all about big plays, but the biggest plays of the day aren't on the field. They're at your favorite place to play Keno from the Ohio Lottery. That's because for every $20 wager, you'll get a free $1 7-spot draw for 3 consecutive draws. This play of the day offer is valid at all Ohio Lottery Keno retailers on Saturdays and Sundays from noon until midnight through October 9th. Play Keno and enjoy the thrill of rooting for big winners on all the screens. Ohio Lottery players are subject to Ohio laws and commission regulations. Play responsibly.
It's Mr. Hero's hottest couple, the Roman Burger and Hot Buttered Cheesesteak. 2 famously delicious sandwiches that'll beg the question, which one should I order? Try both. After all, they go better together.
Mr. Hero, it's the taste you crave.
If finding low prices on family favorites, fresh produce, pharmacy, pet supplies, home, and sporting goods is tripping you up, shop Meijer, where one trip saves you lots of trips. Plus, save just for making the trip. Meijer credit card holders get 10 cents off every gallon at Meijer gas stations. Or use home delivery and get the same low Meijer prices no matter how you shop, in-store or online. Get more for your money at Meijer, where all you need is just a trip away. Subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions apply. See details at Meijer.com/creditcard.
Dave Yost for Ohio. Dave Yost for America. Stand strong in the land of the
Bill Yost.
As our Attorney General,
Dave Yost is keeping us safe.
He's protecting religious freedom. And he's fighting to lower healthcare costs.
Yo, Dave Yost.
Paid for by Dave Yost for Ohio.
Like bones, your teeth lose density and become weaker over time, which can lead to tooth decay. And that can make your visit to the dentist feel like this. But if you want your dental visit to feel like this, try Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Densify from Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America. Smile, Crest has you covered.
Hey, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. Listen, I've told you for many, many years now that if you go to Northeast Factory Direct, you're going to walk out with something that you love, right? You go to most big box stores and you're drawn in by, man, you're almost hypnotized. There's all kinds of like signs and lights and whatever. And usually it's a bunch of gimmicks is what it amounts to. Northeast Factory Direct, they don't need those things because the prices are so great. The stuff inside is awesome. Now, granted, there's nothing fancy. These are warehouses. But if you're looking for everything from hot tubs to kitchen cabinetry and countertops to new bedroom furniture to a massive leather sectional for the living room, they're going to have it for you. And 60-month special financing, too, if you need that. Make sure that you ask them about it. So it's quick. It's easy to get in there. They're not breathing down your necks, but always happy to help. Walk right in. Check them out for yourself. West 140th in Cleveland. East side, you'll find them in Euclid. They're in Macedonia and always online. NortheastFactoryDirect.com.
Traffic. From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if a medical mistake caused you injury, call Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Accidents being cleared. Pearl Road at Ridge Road, Route 83, north of Center Ridge Road, South Abbey Road near East Broad Street. And a traffic alert, 77 north is closed before 277-224. Jackie Roberts in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. Fall into a hiring spree with Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates. Sponsor a job and instantly receive a short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is it a noun or is it a exclamation?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Yo quiero pedir que mi negra me quiero, que tenga dinero y que no se muero. Ay, te quiero pedir, era muy gordo, como tú, que tenga dinero y que no se muero.
35192 if you want to send a text for anything. There's no Guardians baseball tonight. There's no Cavs basketball tonight. So come 6:30, you just enter the world of one Corey Roddick. Corey Roddick, Esquire.
Oh, he's a lawyer now?
Yes, he is.
Proud of him.
For a full night of rock and roll here on the Buzzard. Yeah, sure. Why not? So that's very exciting tonight. Hey, Dick.
Hey.
What's going on, Dick?
I'm proud of the Guard. They won that division. I thought they were going to do it. They won the division.
Why doesn't anybody tell me anything anymore?
We try to. You just won't listen. You're stubborn.
I'm so closed off.
I'm telling you, it's great. It's a great thing.
I didn't know it was great
you
until
change
now.
the name.
How about
I'm thinking they can go maybe 3. I think they might. Possibly if they win the series against Tampa and win the series against the Yankees, they can maybe go to the World Series. What do you think?
Well, that would be the way for them to do it. How about those Reds, Dick?
You know what?
They lost 100 games.
I know, 62 and 100.
Holy!
And, it's ridiculous. It's down ridiculous.
Down ridiculous.
Yeah. But I wanted to tell you that I'm getting more gigs in the ukulele group.
Yeah.
We're having a lot of fun. I've been jamming over at Senior Citizens. We're mixing a lot of folk, little rock and roll, and a little country and little folk songs.
Do you ever get,
good,
Dick, do you ever get solos in your group, or are you just kind of playing along with all the other guys?
what is good about me is my directors. I can play chords. I can play melody. I can read the music. Yeah, I did a solo last night on. I couldn't believe I played that song on the mandolin.
But you're primarily a rhythm guy.
Yeah, rhythm. Both of rhythm. One that you guys remember back to Wilbert Harrison. That was a hit. Kansas City. You remember that?
Oh, of course.
Darn good song, Wilbur Harrison.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah.
I've been trying to get him to play that.
I just wanted to just tell you that a lot of people come up to me and they saw me on YouTube, but I really enjoyed when Mary came down here. It was nice.
Oh, is that on YouTube? Do we put that on our channel?
We posted it, yeah.
So people saw that, huh? Yeah.
Neat. I felt bad because guess what? My hair was styled, and it was out there, and it was the breeze was blowing. I told Mary, she go ahead and play, Dick. I mean, I had a good time. It was really good,
You felt weird because your hair wasn't styled properly? Is that what you said?
Well, I didn't think I would. I told her that I was she wanted to hear me play, and I said, well, let's go out. It used to be a bad area, but it just was blowing, and I was showing her the chords on the mandolin. But, whatever, huh?
I think it makes you look badass with your hair blowing around like that.
I think so, too.
It's just you and the mandolin, and then everything else just kind of adds to it. It makes you look like you're in a music video.
You're out there in the elements, Dick.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking I got the Browns winning by 3 Sunday. If Stefanski doesn't run the ball up the middle.
Well, Dick, I have
you're down to the 40.
I have a goat who disagrees with you.
You do?
We have a goat that picks the games, yeah.
Here's a little bit. Thank you, Dick. Here's a little bit of Wilbert Harrison, Kansas City, 1959, going all the way back. Original hits from the soundtrack of American Graffiti. Anybody remember that movie, American Graffiti? George Lucas. Opie from the Opie Show. Opie from Andy Griffith Show is the one I'm trying to think of. And young Harrison Ford in the movie, too. Wilbert Harrison, a big hit back in the day, Kansas City, on the Buzzard.
It's actually pretty good.
If I stay with that woman, I know I'm gonna die. Gotta find a brand new baby. That's the reason why I'm going to Kansas City.
This makes me.
This is what he was playing?
I guess. This makes me want to go look for a dead body by the railroad track.
Was this in that movie?
I don't.
Oh,
think
okay.
It was. I feel like it.
That's old timey music, the 50s music and Stand By Me.
Yeah. 50s and 60s, I think.
I gotta see that movie sometime.
You never seen it?
I read the book. I read the body, but I never saw Stand By Me.
The movie's better. I never read the book, but it's like the Jim Gaffigan joke. You know what I like about the movie? No reading.
No reading. Alan, is there any chance that Dick's band needs a kazoo player? How you coming along in that kazoo, by the way?
I'm working on it. You want to hear some of the progress?
Yeah.
Let me get it out here.
Yeah.
Let me get out that beautiful thing. All right. Now, if I recall, I will. Oh no, I dropped a bunch of the replacement filters or whatever it is.
Reeds?
Right.
They don't have reeds.
It's got
do
like
they?
a little plastic.
Oh,
thing
does
in
it? Yeah. Okay.
Do
you need any accompaniment?
Well,
or
what
anything,
would you
or?
like me to play?
Can you play Hocus Pocus by Focus? Can you play?
I don't know if I'm familiar enough with that one.
How about Dealer's Choice? Whatever you like.
Holy Diver.
Yeah, Holy Diver. You want me to set it up for you? Do you want to play along with Holy Diver?
Yeah.
Okay, let me set
Actually,
it
no,
up.
because that one keeps getting blocked, so I don't want to have to edit.
Oh, okay,
that out.
okay.
Tonight. Let's go with just AC/DC gets blocked a lot too. Let's do some Metallica.
Metallica.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just any one of them.
All right. Let me find you some Metallica here.
Enter Sandman, probably.
You want Enter Sandman?
Yeah.
All right. A little monotonous there for a while. Not your fault.
trying to add a little something to it. Now switching up, not doing the.
You're trying to add some growl to it? Big long ramp on this song.
Really long ramp.
Yep.
I mean, I've gotten better.
It sounds like those lessons have really been. Here we go.
I'm paying thousands of dollars for them. I should.
Kick in. That's pretty good. You've come a long way, baby.
You giggle, Bill. You don't laugh. You giggle.
I'm a giggler.
Is giggling gay?
It's not straight.
The only person I see doing it is Anderson Cooper. Giggling.
Yeah.
It's just how some people laugh.
I don't know any like.
It ain't something that makes me look tough. I'll tell you that much.
Like my black family, they laugh. Like there's no giggling. Like it's either like a cackle.
It's a guffaw.
It's a cackle or it's like a flat out laugh. But I feel like my white side.
Yeah.
They giggle. They snicker. That's a fake laugh.
It's real.
I don't think any guys in jail say, "Oh, we were just giggling." Like, nah, bro, we was laughing at you.
We was just giggling at you over here.
Yeah, giggling's probably gay.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, that guy that fell from the balcony 15 stories.
Yeah.
That reminds me of that AM radio show. I think it was connected to your station years ago called Knuckleheads in the News.
Well, that was an old John Lanigan bit over on Magic.
Yeah, but many entertainers do that sort of stuff and get paid big money, like the old Evel Knievel or Siegfried and Roy and, the Flying Melindas, all those acts that did crazy stunts, motorcycle jumps over any kind of building and stuff and bridges. And
yeah, but they also obviously they would practice those things so that they had them down to like within an inch of their life too. I mean, they left very little to chance.
Yeah, well, he broke every bone in his body practicing, and Siegfried and Roy were one of them was put out of commission by one of the acts, and a lot of stunts like that, dangerous stunts. They get paid big money for that.
Of course. Out of all the things you ever thought Evel Knievel was going to die from, it wasn't lung cancer, which I think is what he died from. Because he smoked.
It's amazing. I'll never forget that one part of the movie Titanic where he's standing on the bow of the ship.
Evel Knievel?
Yeah.
No.
I was gonna say I'm not a history buff, Steve, but I'm almost positive Evel Knievel was not on the Titanic.
Steve, if you like guys that do stuff that's kind of dangerous, if you like stuff that's kind of
Leo DiCaprio.
Yeah.
Okay. Steve, if you like stuff to watch guys do dangerous stunts like that, check out the Jackass movies. I think you'll love them.
Yeah.
What happened? It used to be a TV show.
Yeah, they have movies.
Made a bunch of movies.
They're on Netflix if you got Netflix.
Yeah, those guys were the wackiest people on TV.
Yeah, they were
wacky, all right.
They were wacky.
Okay, good. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate the call, pal. There is Steve in Akron.
People still get called a loon.
I like loon.
My mom calls
I like
people
nitwit. I like dullard.
I like dolt.
Dolt is
Oh,
great.
I like a dolt.
Yep.
I don't think I've ever used dolt.
Dotard is good, but it can get you in a little bit of
just
trouble.
Dolt. Just straight up dolt.
You're a loon.
Dolt.
Nitwit.
You're a dolt.
Here, let me get out some old-timey insults for you. Where's some old insults?
Well, there's a lot of old insults. You just can't use them anymore.
You are a lazy rectum pirate. Well, these aren't old-timey. Oh, Shakespearean insults.
Okay.
You are I have a book, but I don't have the book with me, so I just have. You are a mewling, ill-breeding lout. Lout is good, too.
Mewling is a
Mewling.
good adjective.
Huh?
That's good.
Yeah. That's good. How about you are a puny, milk-livered measle?
Milk-livered? What does that mean?
It's probably, your liver is probably not supposed to be the color of milk.
Yeah, but...
Probably means you're in ill health.
How's anybody know what color my liver is?
Especially back then.
Yeah.
You are a spongy, rough-hewn pigeon egg.
They cut you open back then and go, hey, you're probably not going to make it. Your liver is the color of milk. You're like, the wound is probably pretty bad, too.
And we have no idea. We've only done one-way surgery. We don't know how to get you sewn back up. You are a rank, pox-marked mold warp. There's got to probably better. But you're a pie-eating taint blossom. How about that? You are a butterface dong socket.
Dong socket. Hilarious.
It's great. You dong socket.
Can't wait to get home and kiss my dong socket.
You are a pompous crotch Nazi. A tone-deaf shart dragon. Anyway,
Some of
you
these
can
don't
go
sound that
on and on
old-timey.
and on. Those weren't
But
old-timey.
dong socket is great.
A roguish, onion-eyed lout pie. Yeah, a lot of things you can go on. I'll tell you something that's crazy. Did you see the guy, you know who the good liars are?
Yes.
Those guys that go out and like troll MAGA dopes and stuff. They were doing a Halloween thing, and he goes out. You see the one where he's talking to the girl about Halloween?
No, I didn't see this one.
Just in the parking lot or whatever. He's talking to a woman who is saying that Halloween is all about, they're just giving out fentanyl. And you got to be careful because it's just out there to kill kids. And so you don't want to take it from anybody.
Well, yeah, but they're just giving it out as, they're like, here's some fentanyl.
She's going to explain it.
Okay.
You get a bag like this at Halloween, do not take it. It's fentanyl. It'll kill you.
Drug dealers, a lot of times, they want to sell their drugs.
Well, not if they're coming over here to destroy our country.
And then so the drug dealers have houses that the kids will come and knock on the door on, and then they'll give that to them?
I'm thinking that's how it's going to happen, yeah.
So drug dealers would be giving away...
Not drug dealers, the illegals that are here.
Yeah.
They just crossed because Biden has our border wide open.
Okay, so the illegals that have houses that then the kids are coming to knock on the illegals' houses, doors and they're drug dealers that are giving the children their drugs.
Look at Fox News. All you got to do is watch an episode of Fox News.
And Fox News will tell you that
it's coming across our borders, it's going into our playground.
And they're going to be giving it away during Halloween.
Yes, of course they are giving it away during Halloween. So this is great news, by the way, for people who want free drugs.
See, what I would do is if I got the free drugs, I wouldn't take it. Sell it to drug addicts.
You just repurpose it. Yeah.
People, this is going to blow your mind.
Yeah.
There's people that will pay money for drugs.
Yeah. Let me write this down.
Yeah.
Make myself a note. Yeah. I love that.
There's huge drug news today, too.
Watch an episode of Fox News. I like
just
that
watch,
part.
Yeah, like it's every day's one episode.
Yeah, that's right. It's a 24-hour episode. Oh, the Biden thing.
Yeah.
He's going to pardon marijuana possession convictions. Am I getting that right? Is that the?
I believe that's correct.
Yeah. He's like, there's people who are in federal prison. He's going to pardon all federal offenses of simple marijuana possession. People who are in prison just because they had pot on them.
He's calling for a reclassification of marijuana so it's not a class 1 drug like heroin and cocaine.
Coke, yeah. Should be. That's long overdue.
That's
at
so
the
long overdue.
At the very least, that's long overdue. So they'll, well, you can read up on this, but that's the long and the short of it.
Can felons vote?
They're supposed to be able to, yes. Once you have paid your debt to society, you're supposed to be able to, well, huh?
I think maybe that's a Florida law that felons can't vote.
Well, yeah, every state wants to see to it that felons can't vote simply because
Floridians should be allowed to vote.
Because it has to do with, well, we'll bore everybody talking about that, but yeah, I think most states don't want felons voting, even though it is their right to do so. A lot of states, Florida tries to make it illegal.
Okay, yeah, I was just saying this would be, out of all the things Biden's done, this is probably like one big good check on his little agenda, because I'm like, okay, there's people. We were talking about Brittany Griner, and no one really cared about Brittany Griner because there's people here that are like in prison for marijuana. So we don't care about what's happening overseas. We got thousands of them. So if they can vote, that might look pretty good when it comes to the midterms.
Yeah, but there's nothing saying that somebody who is in prison for marijuana possession is going to vote Democrat.
But that's how they look at it, though.
They're
what
I think
percentage of these people are going to vote Democrat because a Democrat president let them out?
I don't know about that. Biden is a guy who is not, say what you want about him, but he's not basing his policies on revenge like the last guy was. So this is something, it's not like he came up with this idea. People are being lobbied for years to do this. Hey,
So
why
you
should
don't
somebody be in federal prison for marijuana possession? These are non-violent drug offenders.
Agreed, but you don't think it's a bit strategic that the vote is less than a month away?
I don't think any vote is going to be changed by 65,000 possible convictions that can be pardoned. You're talking 65. The United States has more people incarcerated than any other country in the world. You're talking about you're talking about 65,000 possible pardons of nonviolent drug offenders. That's not enough to change the direction of the midterm elections.
But it is a lot, and then people see that. They're like, oh, wow, he did that for, there's a lot of people that are afraid to do pot because they'll lose their job or they'll be in prison.
But pot is so non-controversial. I mean, this is 20 years
but it takes
overdue.
one president to say it.
It's 20 years overdue. So I think it's a good move.
I think it's a good move, too.
Nobody should be in federal prison because they had marijuana on them.
Oh, Biscuit Head Biden did something good.
Biscuit Head is what he calls them.
I still like my gas a little lower, but weed is a good start.
What is Biscuit Head, by the way?
His head looks like a biscuit. Look at it.
Like a biscuit.
Look at it from the back. It looks like biscuit with a little bit of gravy on it in the back, like a little white gravy at Thanksgiving.
Oh.
That's what it looks like.
I just love watching Ron DeSantis with his chin in his chest while Biden's back there going, yeah, we'll help you guys out. He's like, could I have some money since I'm supposed to run this state, but I don't really care about running the state?
He did do an
I'm trying to run for president. Yeah, but he'll do another about face, and
But they all do.
That's what I'm saying.
He's kissing Trump's
Ron
ass
DeSantis already did some showdown there where he's like, "Oh, the media wanted the hurricane to hit Florida so that I'd be in trouble." We're like, "What are you talking about? You insane person."
I like him.
You like Ron DeSantis?
Yeah, I like him. He's the stern,
What do you like about him?
He's the stern father figure that I always wanted. I don't care that he's wrong on a lot of stuff, but I care that he stands his convictions.
I see. No matter how stupid or ill-conceived they are.
But he's strong enough.
He's
strong enough to stand it.
I'll tell you what, Poundcake is in the majority because they always talk about people who want somebody. People value strength over competence or anything else. They're like, you could have a leader who is strong and insane, or somebody who's weak and right and competent, and people will gravitate toward the other guy because he's strong.
Yes.
And all that requires is the perception of strength. It doesn't even require, look at the last guy. It doesn't even require you to actually be a strong leader. You just have to convince people you are, which is all a house of cards. That's a one big smoke ring. But that's what people gravitate towards.
I like them.
Because they don't pay attention.
Because there's a lot of people that can execute something, but then they're like, they take a little bit of criticism or whatever, and their whole thing is shut down. Like their whole mindset is gone. But he's like, I don't care. Yeah, whatever. I got a hot wife, and I run Florida.
Yeah, he married like an NFL cheerleader or something, didn't he?
Something like that.
She used to be, yeah. I got to take a break. You want to get the last word in? Shoot me a text 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
The can't-miss music event of the year is coming to the CW.
The 2022 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Featuring once-in-a-lifetime performances from the biggest superstars in all of music.
Halsey brings the celebration.
You guys know how to have fun. Luke Combs brings the country.
Lionel Richie celebrates half a century of hits.
Avril Lavigne proves she's pop punk's princess.
Pitbull parties on stage.
Pat Benatar and Neil Giraldo play the classics.
Sam Smith launches a new era.
I couldn't wait to give this song to you guys.
Maren Morris takes Vegas to church.
Diddy takes you on an emotional ride.
Ladies and gentlemen. Black Eyed Peas drop the anthems.
Morgan Wallen brings the house down.
Megan Thee Stallion puts on a show you'll never forget.
I don't know if y'all ready for this one.
And so much more.
All hosted by Ryan Seacrest from T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas.
Don't miss our 2022 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Tomorrow night and Saturday night at 8 p.m. on the CW.
This is Doug Gottlieb. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
Jadeveon Clowney is putting in the work to rehab his ankle in time for Sunday's game against the Chargers. He says it's no fun on the sidelines. Guards are asking fans to wear red during the Wild Card Playoff Series that opens tomorrow, whether they're at the ballpark or watching from home. And Oakland A's catcher Stephen Vogt ended his career on a high yesterday, homering in his final at-bat to the same spot of the ballpark where he went yard in his first at-bat 10 years ago. I'm Scott Davidson.
Staples Print and Marketing Services help small businesses create bold signs to make big impressions. Right now, get $10 off custom printed signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. Offer ends 12/31. Visit staples.com/thisisyoursign for details. This is your sign to print big at Staples.
Ladies